Hey, welcome in, everybody. I'm gonna, nope, and the camera's being doing a thing. All right, I'm gonna get straight into it because question period has been going for half an hour, so we're a little bit behind. Hello, Tyrion. Let me know how to pronounce your name. Welcome in. I'm gonna go get straight to it because again, we're behind. So, Tyrion, all right. Tyrion, nice to meet you. I'm Faya. All right, let's get straight to it, shall we? And why are we a different size? No.
Rosemont La Petite Patrie. There's some good news there too. As part of Black History Month, Miss Ninette Piou, director of the Centre Narrivé, was recognized for her hard work and dedication. For over 40 years, Miss Piou has been working at this center, Centre Narrivé, which is a place of learning, integration, and recreation. The center runs all kinds of workshops for immigrant women. The center organizes the Haitian Book Festival, and the center created the Creole and Haitian Heritage Institute. Miss Piou is passionate about social justice and harmonious and respectful communities. And she is a true pillar in Petite Patrie. Congratulations, Ninette, and thank you for working tirelessly to make a better world for everyone, where everyone can live in dignity.
Member for Winnipeg West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Measles was eliminated in Canada in 1998, and we maintained that achievement for more than 25 years. Today, however, we are seeing a resurgence of this disease.
So this is everybody doing their member statements.
And growing vaccine hesitancy. In 2025 alone, Canada has reported more cases than in the last 25 years combined, with over 5,000 cases, 169 hospitalizations, and tragically, 3 infants losing their lives. Measles is a serious disease that could lead to pneumonia, encephalitis, hearing loss, developmental delay, and death. The positive news is that this is entirely preventable. The measles vaccine is safe, effective, and life-saving. We all have a role to play in protecting our communities. I encourage all Canadians to ensure that they and their children are fully immunized. By working together, sharing accurate information, and supporting public health initiatives, we can protect our most vulnerable citizens and restore Canada's status as a measles-free nation. Thank you.
Bravo.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lake.
Measles-free nation again.
This year, the Silver Cross mother is Nancy Payne from Lansdowne, Ontario. On Remembrance Day, Nancy will lay a
continue to declarations.
She has fostered a
and Ron, father-in-law to Marnie and Larissa.
In Canada, Conservative and Liberal governments alike, a world where people unite and take action to create.
Are deeply worried about their safety and the security of their livelihood. 74 cases of extortion are currently.
This has become so unsustainable that
those numbers continue to rise. Together, challenge.
Wow, I'm not.
And in both
so
the notwithstanding clause.
You're here. We've already
Private Robert
minutes.
Warner.
Mr. Speaker, this fall my office surveyed Southern Alberta residents about their priorities and expectations for this federal budget. An overwhelming 76% of respondents indicated the cost of living is their top concern, and 80% of business owners said the rising costs were hurting their operations. Interestingly, 88% did not believe that Canada's economic situation would improve in the next year, and sadly, they're correct. The Prime Minister...
ad starting in a few seconds. I'm just going to pause content while we're in there. And yeah, I'm looking forward to this. I set an alarm, got up early, and by getting up early, I was exhausted, stayed in bed, and caught up on the Mamdani's situation. Like, nope. That looks familiar. Yeah, no, I was watching...
is without a doubt the biggest win for socialism in the history of the country, and it is the biggest loss for the American people.
Thank you, Mike.
He is truly a committed Marxist. And the results of that race tell you everything you need to know about where the Democrats...
Thank you, Mike.
Here he is, Moses Mike, after Mom Donnie's win, and he is on the news all the time doing shit like this. Play the clip.
For the first time in American history, an avowed, openly proclaimed socialist has been elected as the mayor of America's largest city. Zoran Mamdani is without a doubt the biggest win for socialism in the history of the country, and it is the biggest loss for the American people.
Thank you, Mike.
He is truly a committed Marxist. And the results of that race tell you everything you need to know about where the Democrats and their party are headed.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Jennifer from I've Had It News Podcast. I've Had It Podcast News. IHIP Podcast. IHIP News. IHIP standing for I've Had It Podcast. And her, what she called a political nephew, Hassan Piker.
Presenting as this like terrifying prospect for America is in some ways truthful for the first time ever, because they call Nancy Pelosi a communist, right? They call
Obama.
Who had the audacity to say that Jeff Bezos is a socialist. I'm like, that's one of the wealthiest people on the planet. What do you mean socialism? You don't understand it. But when they talk about Mamdani, there is truth to that, and I think it's a great opportunity because of what we just talked about.
Show people
that this is
socialism isn't the devil.
Not a radical movement necessarily, but a movement that represents real change.
And we get back to
a movement that wants to fight back against the Trump administration. A movement that puts people first, regardless of.
Actually, you know what? Are we in? I'm not sure if we're still in member statements. Yeah, I'll keep watching the thing. I don't want to lose my place. I paused it right before the ads. Let me know when you're out of ads, Tyron, or anyone else. "30 seconds. All right, 30 more seconds of this.
Of their color, their creed, their ethnicity. This is a movement that is class first in many respects, and I think that it is a unifying movement on that principle, and I think that's good. It's not a bad thing, and I think more and more Americans are going to realize that maybe they have a little bit of that socialism in them as well, and it's not maybe they were propagandized against. Maybe it wasn't so scary.
I want to ask you something.
Yes, I made that point to someone just a week ago. Oops. I'm on a Mac. Can you tell? All right. I think we're out of question period, but I didn't want to do anything while we were in the ads, so.
Minister's spend less promise has been shattered with an $80 billion budget deficit this year alone, the highest ever in Canadian history outside of COVID. This year's interest on the national debt will be a staggering $55.6 billion, even more than our health transfers. This budget is adding $10 million to our debt every hour, which equals approximately $33,000 for every Canadian and climbing rapidly. The Liberals need to realize that every dollar they spend comes out of the pockets of hardworking Canadians. My voters are demanding the Liberals stop the reckless spending that's driving up the cost of everything.
Here, great. Here. Well done.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, this week we are joined by over 80 outstanding educators from across Canada who are taking part in the Teachers Institute on Canadian parliamentary democracy, many of whom are here today. As a former educator, I know how deeply teachers shape the minds and values of the
member statements.
Questions orales, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
All right. Here we go.
Never in history has a budget ever forced Canadians to pay so much.
Dark Sage. I will say this for what it's worth, even though I'm not Canadian, I do to keep tabs on politics. Yeah, Carney is not Trudeau, no matter how much the Liberals want to pretend he is. I think you mean Conservatives on that one. The Conservatives won't let go of the Trudeau thing. They really won't. He's not as exciting at all. Just another old white man. Granted, Poilievre is basically Diet Trudeau, just masking as conservative. I don't know, man. Poilievre was mimicking the a certain man with cankles and in the Oval Office during before the leading up to the election, and then he had like Trump-like rallies. Like he would deny that he was acting like it and then go and have these Trump-like rallies, and it was all these slogans, and it was very, very scary to a lot of Canadians. This guy lost his election and then had to have a special election just so he could stay leader of the opposition. He does not, yeah. Hey, Neuropunk Nonsense, how's it going? But the point, to vote down the bill and trigger an election because Carney seems lost. Carney, I don't know about lost, but he's definitely... How do I put this? Elemental, what did you say? Drew's nothing like Pierre Poilievre? Yeah, it never was. PP is a shill for corporate and private interests wearing a coat of conservatism. Thank you. Running on populist politic concepts that rely on others being deprived of the very things that the cons want for themselves. Yeah. I also blame the NDP and Jagmeet because they left him out to dry. Yeah, they left Jagmeet out to dry. But Jagmeet wasn't the leader we need right now. So it's going. Yep. He reminds you of... Oh! Hi, Dark Sage. How's it going? How are you doing? I just realized who you are. I had a moment of sinking and then wait a second. Wait a second. How you doing? If you are who I think you are, I sent you a happy birthday message. And I think you didn't get it because I just realized that there was I got an automated thing with the new phone details, so I thought that was you at the time because I was busy doing this. You are not who you think? Okay. It's not even your birthday. Okay. If you know the person whose birthday it was yesterday, pass on the message.
So much for so little. Every dollar that the Prime Minister spends comes out of the pockets of Canadians. He has broken his promises. He promised to spend less. He's spending 90 billion more net. That's $5,400 per family. He doubled the deficit of the Trudeau government, and he has added more debt than in any other year other than COVID years. Why is he doing this when Canadians cannot pay their bills? He's forcing them to pay even more. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canada is in a solid budgetary position. It is the second lowest deficit in the G7. It has the lowest net debt in the G7 and a budget that invests in Canada because we believe in Canada here.
If you're not even who I think you are, you might have accidentally used something that my family and I use as a code. So I thought you might have been family. You might not be. It might be a coincidence. When you hear Pierre talk, it reminds you of John Turner when he faced Mulroney. Do you have ideas? Mulroney mopped the floor. Mulroney mopped the floor with me. I was a little kid when Mulroney was in power. So, yeah. My dad would be totally on track with you right now, because he was paying attention a lot to politics back then. But yeah, Mulroney's just before my time.
This prime minister is becoming the most expensive prime minister in the history of our country. In fact, it is bankers who are profiting, and Canadians will have to pay $55 billion on the interest of the national debt, and that is more than we are spending on health transfers, and it is more than the government gets from the GST. Every cent that Canadians pay in sales tax is not going to doctors and nurses, it's going to bankers. Why did the Prime Minister send healthcare money to bankers? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the debt burden right now is lower than it was when the government was conservative, and that is true. It's lower than when the Conservative government was in power. Second, we are investing in Canada, and we are protecting healthcare transfers and money for education and for social programs sent to provinces.
Never before have Canadians had to spend so much to get so little. This budget, with its record deficit outside of COVID, is a deficit twice as the size of the one Trudeau left behind, and $16 billion bigger than the Prime Minister promised. It has, in this spending, $5,400 of extra costs for every family in more expensive government. While Canadians are already unable to eat, heat, and house themselves, why is this Prime Minister's costly budget making them pay even more?
Hear, hear. Hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this budget has 75% of the measures are for our sovereignty, to protect our borders, to protect our communities, to protect our way of life. And the balance is for affordability, a middle-class tax cut that the member opposite missed because he was not here. Mr. Speaker, this budget invests in Canada at twice the rate as any budget during this millennium. We believe in Canada.
Yes, but how much of that money is going to go to the rich, to big companies, and how much is going to go into the pockets of people?
It is twice as expensive as any other budget, and it makes generational debt. And speaking of sovereignty, what about food sovereignty, Mr. Speaker? The Prime Minister's budget increases taxes on food production, with the industrial carbon tax on farm equipment, fertilizer, storage bins, and food processing plants. Sylvain Charlebois, Canada's food professor, says that it is arguably the most damaging aspect of the Liberal carbon tax. It is a tax across the supply chain that undermines the competitiveness of our agri-food sector. Why is the Prime Minister threatening our food sovereignty and driving up our food prices?
The Right Honourable.
That's not a bad point.
Mr. Speaker, in the spring, this government removed the divisive consumer carbon tax.
All right, protecting healthcare transfers. How about forcing provinces to not violate their obligation to distribute that funding for healthcare to ensure full medical coverage? Yeah, optical, dental, pharma, and all the services, surgeries in a timely manner. I love that because I lost a friend because of Quebec's lack of timely manner. And not to be denied because an accountant feels the professional MD is not able to be the expert on what a person needs medically. Yeah, exactly. Dr. Brad Strings, hey, welcome in, blah, blah, blah. PP industry is behind on the industrial carbon tax. They know they can't sell their stuff without it. Yeah. And thank you for following, Chrysanth. Am I getting that right? Oh, yes, we do have Pokemon community game in the chat, guys.
Hello there.
If you, it's there because I also do a lot of gaming. Chrysanth, yeah. So like Chrysanthemum, but without the mum. Yeah, if you want to participate in the Pokemon community game, exclamation mark Poke Start to start it off, and then Poke Catch to catch Pokemon. I have a gardening family, Chrysanth. I have a gardening family. Get back here. There we go. I don't know if you could see that or if it just stayed on the right thing.
That has a consequence. That is a consequence for any business, any farm that emits less than 50 kilotons, which is every farm across this country. Mr. Speaker.
Nice
Speaker,
point. Good job.
The Canadian Climate Institute has done the analysis, and the impact of the industrial carbon tax on inflation is zero.
The honourable leader of the...
Nice. I'm not always going to go root for Carney because I have deep suspicions about some of his biases. But when he takes down Pierre Poilievre's point so well, so succinctly, yeah. We have it. And companies that don't mitigate or pay into climate initiatives should never be eligible for assistance when the change in climate affects their business, like insurance. Yeah. Very true, Elemental. I kind of totally agree. I don't like the way that when it comes to climate change, we privatize the profits and but the public pays the costs. So, you know, there's a spill, it's the public who foots the bill to clean it up, not the company who spilled it. But the company who spilled it gets to keep all these profits, gets to take handouts from the government. I believe there's still, well, there's energy incentives in this budget. I have to do some more reading on that to see exactly what they've got. But let's not forget about all the abandoned wells we end up paying to remediate. Yeah, absolutely. You have I've been up in the north in a place called Kuujjuaq, and they have got tons of just barrels sitting around outside, getting old, full of, and nobody wants to get rid of it. Last I heard, it was a big fight over whose problem it was to remove those as the barrels rusted. Yeah. Fun fact, the world's largest earthen structure, which can be seen from space, is the Tailings Pond Dam in Alberta. That just hurts. That just hurts me. It really does. My dad at one point took off and went to go work in the oil sands, driving a bus for a bit. And I have family that are from Alberta. It's, yeah, not really a fun fact. Nah, kind of a gross fact, an embarrassing fact. I'm sad that people seem to have everybody calls it the oil sands now, and nobody stops to think that we used to call it the tar sands, but some PR company realized that wasn't really a good look and started pushing out oil sands instead. And I caught my mom doing it the other day, and I'm like, no, they're tar sands. It's tar. It's not oil. You have to do a lot of processing to get any oil out of it. It's tar sands. And we're using them up to burn more oil into the atmosphere so that we can invest in Canada. Yay. Elemental, I was able to run on a platform for the people, a top requirement that would have been any company. if I was able to run on a platform for the people, a top requirement would be any company in receipt of subsidies or funds. Subsidy, that's the word I was looking for, from taxpayer dollars would be required to receive them in exchange for shares/ownership in the company. Yeah. Yeah, by the crown. Fall in behind that if they have post-profit and their workers aren't paid enough and unable to afford housing, food, health, etc., they get that taxed out before dividends and bonuses. Yeah. Hello. Hello, Plain Power. May brought you here? Oh, awesome. Nice to see you. Welcome in. I started a bit late, but that means we missed all the member statements, and we're just at the start of question period. We're just stopped to discuss the whole oil subsidies and such. You're from New Brunswick, and I can't tell you how many folks get confused by oil sands, thinking we can just pipe per ton bitumen to the St. John to be refined. Yeah, no, they can't. They have to put so much crap in it to make it flow through the pipes that it seems to be eating through the pipes much faster, where tar sands oil carrying pipelines have spills more than others. I can't quote you data on that. You just have to go with me on that. I believe it's probably from, Rachel Maddow would have gotten that right. So it would have been a long time ago, though. Long time ago being... When were all the big bomb trains going? 5 years? 10 years ago? When was Lac Mégantic? Everything feels like so long ago that was, prior to COVID. You're in Alberta. We're the whole below the outhouse. I never said that, Plain Power. The parts of Alberta that I saw when I was 17 were gorgeous. I loved it. Dad kept pointing out all those oil well thingies with the bobber going up and down and getting excited about it, and I was like, eh. Of course, he also jumped across the Great Divide and going, I'm in Alberta, I'm in BC, I'm in Alberta, I'm in BC. And the teenager in me was like, I am not related to you. Nope. Now, of course, there's a treasured memories, because, now, Plain Power, you still got a great country and great people. You just have a lot of awful bad representation right now. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Some really bad representation. And I hope you guys get rid of it soon. Oop. Shush. There was a dog downstairs that barked. I have several in here. One of these days, I will have a second camera for a pup cam. Because I have 3. Hey, Bridget! Shush! Come. Excuse me. Yeah, exactly. Don't blame Alberta for the actions of Smith. Fabuli, hey, welcome in. Nice to see you in here. I've seen you in a couple other chat rooms before. You've heard the argument a lot, and sadly, people don't always realize. Yeah. The whole tar sands. We should be calling them tar sands because it's tar. Hello. Feels like from on terrible because 17% of the population should not have 100% of the power. Yeah, exactly. Give me just a half second. I'm going to grab a dog to keep her from barking more. This is my Brie. Everybody say hi to Brie. She's adorbs. Yes, good kisses. I've been wanting to get her trained and qualified as a service dog because she does services to me that are stuff that you train service dogs for. And she's a good dog. She was an only puppy though, so she has some issues. There might be growling at some point. Okay. Puppy for the win. Yes. And now she's here, she'll be very quiet because she loves being on my lap. You're
Hello there.
Hey. Oh, Peacefire now. Thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. Oh, everybody's coming in. All right, let's restart the stream. Let's keep listening. Welcome in, everybody.
Opposition. Apparently, the Prime Minister is still under the misconception that Canadians don't use steel. You remember that interview when he told CTV, he asked the CTV interviewer, "You don't use steel, do you, Steve?" Well, of course, farmers use steel in order to produce their food, in order to store their grains. Processors use steel in the apparatuses of their conveyor belts. The tax on fertilizer and equipment drives up the cost of food, not according to Conservatives, but according to Sylvain Charlebois. So is the Prime Minister going to tell Canadians that an industrial carbon tax on Canadian farmers is not driving up the price of...
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the impact of the industrial carbon tax on food prices in Canada is approximately zero.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Saying the same thing again. Okay. Nice talking point.
Still thinks we use zero steel, Mr. Speaker. But on another subject, unfortunately a much darker subject. Last week, the Supreme Court...
Hang on. They don't use steel. They use it in their products, much like the rest of us. Exactly. So steel products might go up in price. Okay. But can we get grocery prices down? That's kind of more important. Is steel harnessed from the sky? Yeah, and as much as he knows about electricians. It's a learned skill. Guys, don't quit tempting me about this whole modding thing. I modded someone earlier when stuff came up that was not so good. I recognize, if I recognize folks, you know, neuropunk nonsense, send help all. Exactly. I don't think we'll see grocery prices come down. Yeah. The best we can hope is for them to level off while people catch up. Yeah, people need more right now. I should close the door to my room. Okay. You're joking. It's all good. All good neuropunk nonsense. I don't think you'll have to work that hard. Peacefire and I are happy to be here. Always love finding new spaces and refreshing voices talking politics. Shout out to Fabuli for bringing me here. Thank you so much, Fabuli. I appreciate you. I don't mind a little noise in the background. Public cursor went. Yeah, exactly. I keep making this point that if we invest in the Crown Corporation that is our post office, they have locations everywhere. They could carry affordable groceries, just the basics, so that everyone has a place to go. In Quebec, we have dépanneurs on every corner with very basic foodstuffs. And they keep stuff pretty cheap because there's tons of them. There's lots of competition. But the stuff they carry isn't exactly the healthiest. So if they carried more healthy food and we had, post offices with, your basic milk, your milks, your eggs, some very important basic products, that would then put pressure on grocery stores to drop their prices, and we'd suddenly have competition. And yeah, Peacefire now. I'm actually, I started this because I was inspired by Steve Boots. When he retired suddenly, there was this, oh my God, pressure. Do I start right away? I'm not putting that kind of pressure on myself, but I am going to do more of these politics streams because they are fun. I really enjoy doing this because I would watch this and, do the popcorn thing and talk back to the TV anyway. So I might as well have conversations with people with these same ideas. And yeah. I'm wearing my Steve Boots shirt. because he inspired me. But yeah, I am off work right now on disability with the long COVID and still recovering. So I'm not pushing myself. I'm not going to get into the long COVID today. That's for another day. I miss Steve. Yeah, Boots left a vacuum. He was just that good. Exactly. And I could never hope to fill his shoes. I'm not that. I have a lot to learn. I do want to eventually start doing videos and, but that'll, I need to figure out script writing. I need to figure out a bunch of stuff so I can do that. But I can totally do streaming, the budget, and commentary and have fun with folks in the chat. So looking forward to seeing how many people Steve inspired, though. Yeah, me too. I mean, I watched him for 5 months and was going, I could do that. And sort of planned to start with gaming so that I could learn the system and, learn the lingo and figure out how, the whole, how to network and all of that. And I'm still kind of in that process. But yeah, and now I'm doing some, I got up early. My brain is a little tired, so I might ramble a little bit. Hopefully not too much. But yeah. So yes. Oh, if you want to start playing the Pokemon community game, !Poke start to start the journey. You will get your first Pokemon, and then you can start doing !Poke catch to catch the Pokemon. I've got some gaming stuff in here because I've been doing a lot of gaming. And yeah, I'm going to do this my own way, and streaming I can do easier. Writing videos, that's higher brain, that's costs me more spoons. So it'll come later once I've got the hang of this. And everybody's going to be doing it their own way. Exactly. I have my own background. I have a background in, I was born and raised in Quebec. I've only been in Ontario for about a decade. I've maintained my French, so I'm still bilingual. But I have family connections to some of Quebec history in the 60s. And I have a lot to talk about when it comes to that. But right now, we have budget, so.
Ruled that a 1-year prison sentence was too much for possession of child abuse and exploitation materials. That sentence was already far too low for the two dirtbags who had literally hundreds of impressions and videos of children being tortured. Will the Prime Minister do the right thing, invoke the notwithstanding clause in order to put the rights of children ahead of the rights of those who abuse them?
No federal government invoking the notwithstanding clause. That's a really bad precedent.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure I join all members of this House in condemning the exploitation of children as the most reprehensible source of crime. Mr. Speaker, that is why this government will be bringing forth legislation to combat these crimes, to penalize those who are responsible. That works within our Constitution.
Yeah. Abolish the notwithstanding clause. Quebec would have a major problem with that. If we start process to abolish the notwithstanding clause, they will start talking separation again. And I am not kidding. That is always bubbling under the surface. There, it doesn't really go away. It just, the temperature comes down a bit. I've been in a French-Canadian family, a separatist French-Canadian family, the last time when we had Harper pushing their buttons. And I saw it firsthand. People, you should be very worried that most of your friends will end up in jail. Not that that's something he'll admit. Yeah, really? See, that should be the counter dig from unlike my opponent, Mr. Speaker, I have the utmost respect for the Constitution. Yeah. And that's what he's saying. Penalize those, but penalize within the Constitution. How did we get to a place where the Conservatives are the ones who are have less respect for the Constitution than liberals. Isn't it supposed to be the other way?
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
And yes, I know that the first Trudeau was the one who... Shh, quiet. Hey, you'll go down. It's your dad. Like I said, there's some growling. Hey. She doesn't have normal dog communication skills. Hey, May, how's it going? Welcome in. I got up early. I got my shower done. And I'm in my Boots merchandise. All right. Are you ready to come back now? Come. Come. Brigitte. Come. Okay, fine. Stay in that. She's in the cozy bed. It'll cool her down. In the meantime, you can say hi to her daddy. Isn't he adorable? Pooch despises Pierre Poilievre as well, too. Yes, she does. Absolutely. Okay, you have to stop rubbing yourself against the mic, though. You have to lie down. He likes rubbing things along his back. All right. Just left your massage nice and took yourself out for lunch, enjoying your day off. Good for you. Awesome. And I'm glad you're not streaming on your day off. I'm very glad. It is good for you to take care of yourself and put yourself first sometimes. When PP and company signed on to the Being Maple MAGA, that's when they lost all respect for the Constitution, civility, and basic common sense. Yeah, exactly, Dr. Badstrings. Exactly. They are all adorable puppies. I live with a former breeder who bred small miniature and toy poodles. Hamish here, who's the one on my lap, still circling. No, I'm not going to do that. I need to get a second camera. I also need to remember to make this an automated thing. I need a second camera. If anyone has tons of money lying around and wants to help. Oh, there's a second camera on my wish list specifically for the puppers. I am not asking for handouts. I always feel weird about that, but yeah. I need to make the throne thing an automated thing so I don't need to think about it. Hand ups. Hey, it's for puppies. It's for puppies. There's stuff there for me too, but there's a couple things for the puppers. Zing, you gonna come? I have my third one just sitting outside the door. Zing, come. Come on, you can get through it. Come on. 1, 2, 3, go. She's so nervous about doors. Come on. Or not. They got called outside. Okay. Everyone here benefits if you get a second camera. True. Because I mean, I can like undo this and like pick it up and move it around and then put it back. But then I finally have got the right angle on it. Yeah. Second camera. Anyway. Like I said, I think I'm going to do this more. Oh, yay!
Mr. Speaker, you are well known for your financial knowledge, and in theory, the Prime Minister is known for that too. But let's be serious. Let us not try to fool people. Let us ask the Prime Minister to ask why tax credits for oil companies, the organization of FIFA, or health transfers are assets for the government.
Le très honorable Premier ministre.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, One of the most important aspects of the budget is the tax credits for investment into clean electricity. That represents $4 billion for Quebec for investments there. That is one of the main reasons to support this budget. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. I don't expect the Prime Minister to want.
He's got such attitude. He just carries himself so well. May says, I want the confidence he has in that power stance. Yes. But like, he's got the confidence because he's that good. Like, I wish you guys could hear and understand him in French. Cause damn, man. Like, the zingers are not getting translated, and it frustrates me that I have to listen to the voiceover. Of course, if I were trying to do the translation, I would probably miss the jokes because it's just trying to get through the translation. So, you know. But yeah, he's... If you speak French, he's worth listening to in French.
You want to answer my question. A tax credit. You are paying money to someone who gets the benefit of that credit. It comes out of government coffers. You cannot say that it is an investment, the value of which you are keeping with on your asset sheet. Does the Prime Minister think that accountants are idiots and that Canadians are idiots as well?
Oh. So it sounds like there's been some funky math going on. I'm going to have to look at that more closely because you had tax credits being counted as investments. Kind of, but it's not really an investment, really, is it? Water packs. I like the Bloc because they're very transparent about who they are and what they want compared to other parties. Oh yeah, absolutely. They're a leftist and for Quebec. They will make sure Quebec gets their fair share and everything, but otherwise they're pretty dang leftist. There are some things I agree with the Bloc and some I don't. I like the separation thing, but their separation thing right now is on low simmer. It's not at boiling point right now. We're down here, we're not up here. Here is when we got a separation, another referendum on separation. Here's where we are right about now. It's there, but don't underestimate it. If it does this, it'll go all the way up because it's a very emotional subject, right? And the people who are like, there's always going to be some hardcore people, and then there's this many people for whom it's an emotional subject. And if someone like I was around last time when Harper triggered it, it went up to here, and it was boiling. It wasn't boiling to the point that they were ready to have a separation referendum. But so when Eve talks about Alberta separation, and he's all like, you need to, if you're going to separate, it's better be based on a culture, and oil is not a culture. I'm just like, yes, because he knows. Shots fired. I'd be leery of trying to one-up Carney with the economics talk. Yeah, but it's Eve. He can do it. Because the difference is Eve is a good politician, whereas Carney's not a politician by nature. You think Eve has misread something or misunderstood? He probably didn't read the 50-page economic primer at the start of the budget. I don't know, man. Let's see what the response is, but like, yeah, counting a tax credit as investment is kind of iffy. It's like putting it on the wrong side of the balance sheet, almost. Not putting it in the wrong place on the balance sheet.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would like to underline that Hydro-Quebec will be one of the biggest beneficiaries of this budget, and the environment will be the other big beneficiary. With it, when it comes to carbon capture, the truth is that right now, Quebec is using 350,000 barrels of oil a day. So carbon has to be captured. The production and transport of those barrels. The member for Belleuil-Chambly. It seems that there's embarrassment in the air, Mr. Speaker. So that's wonderful if money is going into good projects, and he...
Uh-oh. Come on, Internet. Don't do this to me. It was having issues earlier. It was one of the reasons I'm behind. Oh, come on. No, that's fine. Oh, did we get to the end of the thing? Are we not live anymore? Okay, where are we at? Minus 48.25. Hopefully that's correct.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Mazur.
Mr. Mazur.
Mr. Straw.
The budget where conservative-minded voters, people who...
Oil companies...
Works within our Constitution.
Here, here, here.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker.
Elementals want money for people who have denied money because unable to work,
knowledge,
can't make enough
in
money
theory,
to live,
the Prime Minister is known for
I'm
that
one of those.
too. But let's be serious. Let us not try to fool people. Let us ask the Prime Minister to ask why tax credits for oil companies, the organization of FIFA, or health transfers are assets for the government.
Our assets for the government. Yeah, it's true. Okay. If money goes up, make sure that the system is set to recycle it like fountain water. No money means no money to buy product and support the economy. Exactly. You're so skeptical about carbon capture. Yeah, and you're right to be. You're right to be. Full disclosure, a member of my family had been invested in carbon capture. Actually, several members of my family had been invested in a company for carbon capture. They are no longer. Lost money on that. And it's kind of sad that ended up shutting down, because if it had lasted a bit longer, it probably would have gotten investment from this Carney government. I did not benefit at all from that. But yeah, there was that in my family, briefly. I'm live. Potential, yeah, but I don't think it's there yet. Me neither. But it needs investment, like everything else, right? We kept talking about how solar panel technology wasn't there yet, but in China and Germany, they invested in it. It became widespread, and because of those investments, solar panels are now much better the technology is much, much better, right? So if it's not there, it needs the investment to be there. And yeah, carbon capture's got to be a part of a full plan to reverse climate change. Like, there's going to be other parts of it too, but one part, carbon capture and storage, probably going to be a part of that whole overall global strategy. Fitting into stacks seems to work reasonably well, but open air capture is very iffy. Dr. Badstrings, I studied as an environmental technologist. Very nice. Fancy engineer's assistant. Till I see large-scale carbon capture in action, it's a pipe dream in your head. It's entirely possible. Like I said, it's one of those technologies that needs investment before we can see if it's going to be there or not. It wasn't there when my family invested in it, unfortunately. It's one of those things my father was very upset about for many years. But also in my family, in that same family that invested in that, like I have a grandfather that was a whistleblower. So I do come from a line of people who have strong ethical boundaries and won't put up with bullshit. Excuse my language. Invest in it, but I don't think it's a silver bullet. No, it's not a silver bullet, and that's why I say it has to be part of a global strategy to slow and hopefully reverse climate change. Respect for whistleblowers. Absolutely. Absolutely. Enjoyed catching your stream for the first time, Faye, and thank May. Absolutely. Thank you, May. We'll have to stop in again next time I see you live. Take care. Have a good one, Dr. Bradstrings. Hopefully see you again soon. If not, you can always catch there. I will have, you will be able to rewatch things afterwards. But yeah, hopefully I will do more of this. Thanks for being here, Dr. Badstrings. This is Neuropunk Nonsense, and absolutely, thank you so much for everyone who came in. I really appreciate it. I did not expect this. I expected it to be quiet, but thank you, May. I appreciate you. That's why you're a VIP in my room. We have a great community. We do. We do. And I'm so glad I was able to find Steve Boots when I did and become a part of this community. Even if it was just, feels like it was just at the end. I only had 5 months with him. I wish I'd found him earlier, but my brain wasn't ready yet. You may have done a small shout out. Oh, thank you, May. Thank you. So yeah, if you guys saw, I had the third dog. So I have a mom, a dad, and the baby. And oh, you're fine. You're fine. Don't give me that noise. This is Singyun, which means lucky. Small. Uh-oh. Dare I go and see what you done? So this is the mama. This is Singyun. She squeaks when you. I didn't hurt her. She just yeah. Okay, we're still good. No, you're not. You're not gonna be. All she wants is nose licks. It's like the best thing in the world for her. Yes, that's why you got one. That's all you get. She's very, very smart. She can put together 3-word phrases, and I can take 2 3-word phrases and put them together, and she will get it. She's really smart. One of these days, I used to work in speech therapy. I have a background in neuroscience, used to work in speech therapy, and I have taught kids language from scratch. At some point, when I have more cash flow, I want to set up a thing so that I can teach her to talk back to me, because she knows the words, she just can't use them. So I use a board where she can push the buttons and it'll say words. I'm totally going to do that for her.
Le très honorable Premier ministre.
The Right Honorable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker. One of the most important
make a small
aspects of the
contribution.
budget
She did a shout out. We followed
the tax
community
credits
grows.
for investment into
I love
clean electricity. That represents $4 billion for Quebec for investments there. That is one of the main reasons to support this budget. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. I don't expect the Prime Minister to want to answer my question. A tax credit. You are paying money to someone who gets the benefit of that credit. It comes out of government coffers. You cannot say that it is an investment, the value of which you are keeping with on your asset sheet. Does the Prime Minister think that accountants are idiots and that Canadians are idiots as well? The Right Honourable.
And Nora, you coming in question period is this is the most chaotic part of this is often the chaotic part of of Canadian politics. And we do have a guy who spoke earlier who is very Trumpian. So don't be too jealous. Whatever you guys do down there, we have a tendency of copying. Right now, we can see how bad things are, and Canadians are appalled. And so there's a pushback against those types of folks. But they're still there. They're just a little more polite and we don't shut down our government. We just don't do that. That's a thing only Americans do. When I took over for Steve, that I wanted this to be a community-led thing, and Faye is 100% a part of that. Thank you, May. Thank you. Your parents are trying to cancel some airplane tickets because air traffic controllers and TSA is screwed right now. Yes, I've heard, and I feel for you guys. One of the many reasons I did not start at 2 when I planned on it was I got sucked into watching iHip News and Hassan Piker discuss the elections you guys had last night. And yeah, it's heartening to not just you guys. It's heartening to us up here to know that you could bring in a guy like that. Our ads starting in 3 minutes. I guess during the ads I'll play more of this. Yeah, Mom Donnie is just awesome. My dad spent 10 years watching Fox News, and then after that switched over to more conservative, more conspiracy theory leaning guys, and initially supported Trump, but he realized that Trump was just another grifter long before the end, before he left us. He passed away in January, cancer. He figured that out and was no longer a Trump guy by the end. But one of the things I value strongly is the ability to talk to people across the aisle. Yes, I am a lefty, and I'm going to stay very much a lefty, but that doesn't mean that you can't talk to people across the aisle, negotiate, compromise on some things. Not compromise on others, but compromise on some things to get them across the aisle. And Mom Donnie is one of those guys who can get triple Trumpers to flip. You guys need more of those. Hell, we need more of those. We're really hoping the NDP leadership race produces someone like that. Asteroid 2026 for world leader. Do we have to have an asteroid? Okay. Let's continue.
Honorable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would like to underline that Hydro-Quebec will be one of the biggest beneficiaries of this budget, and the environment will be the other big beneficiary. When it comes to carbon capture, the truth is that right now, Quebec is using 350,000 barrels of oil a day. So carbon has to be
Since the ad's coming in less than 30 seconds, we have to pause
for
again.
the production and transport of those barrels. The member for Belleuil-Chambly. It seems that there's embarrassment in the air, Mr. Speaker. So that's wonderful if money is going into good projects, and yes, this has been decided that it is good, but it is an expenditure. It's really, the Prime Minister must recognize that his budget is an austerity budget so that he can fund oil companies at Quebec's expense. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you. And I'm going to just pause here because ads.
Mr. Speaker.
So, plain power. Morgan. Oh, Morgan, you can hear me. It's on YouTube as well, under the CPAC channel. Yeah, but I'll watch it on CPAC. It's all good. Oh, yes, and while we're in ads, let's hear what else they have to say.
Something, because having grown up in a red state for all of my life, the decades-long propaganda against the word socialism has been very effective. And I'm wondering if some politicians that are running in red states, and also because a lot of people don't know what socialism is, should roll out the phrase regulated capitalism and talk about unregulated capitalism, because there's so much damage to the word socialism and any linking of any sort of economic populist candidate winning in a state like Kentucky or Oklahoma, even though Andy Beshear won, and that's something that we should all study. But I'm wondering if some candidates that are as left as an AOC don't roll this out using the language like, we are for regulated capitalism, because if we don't have regulations, airplanes fall out of the skies, your kid gets hooked on opiates, cigarettes kill you, cancer clusters pop up, unregulated capitalism kills people. What do you think about that type of like bridge messaging to flyover states?
I like it. One should never be arguing or whether someone deserves the rights or to exist. Exactly, Elemental. When I said there's some things that are non-negotiable, there's some things that are non-negotiable. And people's rights to exist and people's right to not be bullied by the majority should be non-negotiable. And bullying trans kids just because they don't, what was it? She said earlier, she quoted someone earlier, Jennifer did. Jennifer over here did. I just realized where my mouse was. She said that right now people are being told to bully the less than 1%, the trans kids, in order to keep from, so that the population won't pay attention to what the 1% are, the richest 1%, what they're doing. So it's like, look over here at less than 1%, the trans kids, while we just amass wealth and take over the country. Let's keep it Canadian. He is the Ernie Coombs, Mr. Dressup. Okay. But I grew up watching Fred Rogers, and Fred Rogers, I actually had these episodes taped, and I didn't realize how important they were till I was an adult. But he crossed the Iron Curtain and went to Moscow and did a kids show in Moscow. And that the kids show lady came over to the US and did a combined show with him. And that's why I've known since I was a kid some basic Russian words, because of this episode. And that's why Steve Boots to me is Fred Rogers, is because he's willing to do that. He's, it's not just Mr. Dressup teaching us stories and building a community. It's not just that. But yeah, I do appreciate the Let's Keep It Canadian. Morgan, I have to run to the pharmacy for the next little bit. Figured I'd stop by while I finish up my work day. Thank you so much, Morgan. I appreciate you. If you can come in, you can. If not, go do what you have to do. I hope the ads are, they're finishing now. Wonderful. The wrong 1% is blamed for the problems affecting people every day. Exactly. You've got one person in the States who owns more than the bottom 52% of people. One person. 3 guesses what his name is. Yes, Fred was way ahead of his time. Best soul the new age will ever know. Yeah. Which is why... Take care of yourselves, folks. Everybody, everyone, reminding everyone to take care of themselves. I'm so glad I got the large. I could do that. So yeah, I miss Steve, but I wouldn't be doing this if he'd retired. I probably would have put off starting. I would have eventually done it, but I would have had the excuse to keep putting it off, right? So, all right, let's finally catch up to where we were before the glitch.
This budget is an investment budget. It's a budget for generational investment. The pace of investment is
take care of yourself, May. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
And this budget is going to stimulate $1 trillion worth of investment by the end of the decade. It's a growth budget for Quebec, for Canada.
In addition to cooking the books, the Prime Minister also rigged his GST rebate on housing to make sure that 95% of...
I love how his when he gets up, the heckling he gets just for standing up. Bye for now, May. You take care. You keep taking care of yourself. Don't just take care of yourself. You keep it up. Have a great day. And thank you for stopping by and helping out. I so appreciate you. I really do.
Of home buyers would not qualify for...
I started building a little gaming community, and now I've got some of the Steve Boots community coming in and supporting me, and it means a lot. It really does. I never in a million years thought I'd be in this position. No, I thought I'd be building from scratch on my own. I did not think I'd have Steve Boots community coming in and supporting. Yeah.
Or any break at all. Zero, zip, zilch. And the Prime Minister, meanwhile, puts a new rising tax on steel, aluminum, glass, cement, concrete, all the things that go into making a home. In other words, the industrial carbon tax is a housing tax. With Liberals already having doubled housing costs, will the Prime Minister axe the industrial carbon tax so Canadians can afford a home?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the Leader persists and doubles down on these fake, imaginary taxes that exist only in his head and on the talking points that he hands out. What I will tell you is this is a budget where conservative-minded voters, people who think of voting conservative in elections, you know what they like about it? They like the hope. They like the ambition. They like the economic growth. They like bringing this country together from coast to coast to coast to invest in our potential, to invest in our young people, and to grow this country to be the best in the G7, Mr. Speaker. That's what they like.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, he says...
You're reading on ITER, another floor crosser? Really? So there's rumors. Dimitri Soudas has met Generoux. Interesting. Never come across that name before. He's a popular MP, shadow cabinet member. So it's still Liberal. It's still rumors. Once I get actual news coverage. But right now it looks like it's just rumors, and rumors by someone who's not necessarily to be relied upon, just based on my quick reading through the Google results. No worries, hijack. We're looking out for floor crossers. That's why there's rumors. If he crosses the floor, I'll cover it. Doug Ford government on defense. 10 million gone to adult nightclub and wedding venue company. That's fine because there's been no strippers working there. Yeah, the Doug Ford government is doing a lot of crazy stuff. I should probably cover it and just have, someone else talking about it. Because, yeah, he's had a lot of scandals. When did Steve retire? Steve retired right before the school year. Yeah, he went back to teaching, Nora. And because he went back to teaching, he had to take down all his content. So the name of the community got renamed. The community got renamed. It's no longer the Boots community. It's the House Hippo Commons. Rachel Gilmore shared it earlier too, but did state that it hadn't been confirmed yet. Okay. However, I bet if his name is being mentioned by anyone, it's likely he'll be judging how Pierre Poilievre asks. Yeah. 2 to 3 months ago? Yeah. End of August, beginning of September. End of August, because, yeah. Steve needed a dose of his calm insanity in his life and decided to go back to teaching 9 and 10-year-olds compared to politics. The month I didn't have internet. Yeah. Well, it makes sense. Take care of yourselves, folks. He might not be online, but thank you, Morgan Lefab, for your awesome art. Yeah, tyrannical Mrs. May has taken over doing some politics and gaming streaming and doing a wonderful job. She really is. She really is. And yeah, I'm so grateful she is too, because when he retired, I had that sinking feeling in my stomach. I'm not ready to take over. I'm not ready to do this yet. So yeah, I'm gonna, slowly start and get into it at my own pace. Yeah, I didn't want pressure being the one person taking over, but if a bunch of us start doing streaming and the community supports everybody, then it's a community thing, and I'm all for it. Steve is a middle school teacher. Yeah, 9, 10-year-olds apparently. I have not spoken directly to him. I just seem to have made friends with friends of his somehow. I never, when I first started watching him, I was all like, oh, these guys are awesome. Yeah. Yes, Morgan, your art is amazing. I love it so much that I had to get it. I literally got this shirt right at the end of Steve's last stream, and it's the shirt he was wearing on his last stream. So it made me feel like Mr. Rogers, like he was Mr. Rogers and saying goodbye. And so I got this shirt because I was like, the merch store is shutting down. I need to get something, and this was the most appropriate thing I could think of. How long have I been streaming? As of yesterday, 4 months. I started the day before my birthday, in June 4th, and was just streaming, initially just gaming stuff, just that I could learn the whole thing, learn the streaming thing, learn the, learn the ropes. Got a few shirts that last stream. Nice, Tyrion. Yeah, and thank you for the biddies, Morgan. I appreciate you so much. Where's my... Thank you so much, guys. Ooh, Lucario. Anyone wants to play the Pokemon community game? If you haven't before, !Poke start to start, and then you can catch this way. You're more than happy to find a wonderful community. Well, more than happy to have you playing Power. This is, again, I've been building it. I started building like a gaming community of like-minded folks, and somehow I managed to make friends with folks who knew Steve and became more of the part of the community than I ever expected to. And so, yeah, I'm just... If I were wearing a red shirt, I would probably start matching it. You bought a couple of the shirts yourself? I could only afford the one shirt. So, and I'm glad I went for large instead of medium, because it lets me do this. And the whole take care of yourselves, folks, it's important. If we're watching stuff like this, it's... You gotta stick together. Keep that humor going. Don't make me cry, Faya. Oh, don't cry, Morgan. But you are awesome, and I really appreciate you. And I appreciate everybody that I've... Ooh, I got the Lucario. Sorry. Yeah, I appreciate everybody. I really do. It's been something special to build this community, and I have to say that my mental health has been so much better since I've been doing this. It's night and day, really. So, yeah. You bought one around the time he launched, and one in the last stream. You didn't really have the money for it, but couldn't miss out. Exactly, Neuropunk nonsense. Exactly. How can you miss out on this? Right? And that way I kind of had, Steve Boots might have been gone, but I still had his face on a shirt. And I'm glad I'm trying to keep it going. I want to keep the community alive. Between May, myself, and perhaps a few others, I've been hearing whisperings of it. Yeah. Keep it together. Keep the community together. Keep doing this stuff. Keep getting out the popcorn and poking fun at Pierre Poilievre's choices. Choices, not the things he can't choose. One day we'll have your face on a shirt, who knows? That would just be weird, Morgan. Air gel choices, exactly. No, my face does not belong on a shirt. Oh, so I wouldn't mind some art. I wouldn't. I like my. Where's... I can't gigantify my own, but I have a couple. I do love my phoenixes, Faya's phoenixes. Ooh. Now, we do have, everybody has the house Hippo Commons, but if anyone wants to join in my Discord, there's a link. Keep in mind that we respect everybody in this community. Same, it's not quite built up as much, but yeah, if you guys want to find me, that's where to find me. I need to practice burbs more. Make you burb art. Yes. And one of these days I will remember to take that photo and send it to you. Yeah. Definitely they would look more like this. I can't gigantify my own. No way. Gigantify an emote. Can I gigantify emote in my own channel? What have I done? No, go away. Hang on. Yay, I don't have to pay for it. I can just gigantify it. There. I actually have one that's Mod's Love. Mod Love in the same collection of this. I just didn't have enough room to include that one too. And yeah, this is what I would love. A whole series like that. Not like the other ones. I got the other ones mainly because of fire and because they animated. But the others is the chick there is more like what I would like. Anyway, back to the thing. We're watching a thing.
Says it's imaginary, but it's in his budget. Does that mean the budget is a fictional document? Here it is on page 106, strengthening the industrial
106, huh? I downloaded the budget. .106. .106. Building is no. What's strengthening industrial carbon pricing. Clarity on greenhouse gas regulations. There's industrial carbon pricing. I don't think it's imaginary. You're learning to do small animations now. That Heart Eye one just finished last night. It's really cute. It really is, Morgan. Ever since PP got parachuted into Battle Rover Crowfoot, the heckling is encouraged tenfold. Yeah, right? Because it's just... You lost your own seat, buddy. As my conservative brother-in-law said, conservatives don't like losers. And now he's a loser. He lost his seat and he lost the election. So move along. Is essentially what my conservative brother-in-law said about it. The new speaker has no backbone. Yeah. Yeah. Let's keep listening.
The honourable member may continue now that the prop has been put away.
Mr. Speaker, they say their budget is a prop and its contents are imaginary. We're in real trouble. Homes take steel, they take aluminum, they take concrete and cement and glass. The industrial carbon tax drives all those things up with our youth unable to afford homes. Why don't they get rid of this tax so that we can bring down the cost of housing?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, you know what this budget does? It builds communities. It builds opportunities for young people in our communities. It ties this country together in a common refrain of hope and optimism and investing in ourselves. We're going to be investing in new homes. We're going to be investing in housing for young people. We're going to build it with that Canadian steel. We're going to build it with that Canadian lumber. We're going to build it with that best thing that we have, that Canadian ingenuity that exists in the youngest and the oldest, the skilled tradespeople of this country. We are going to build Canada. Conservatives like that, liberals like that. Let's build the country.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He's unable to afford homes. but we're not going to pay them better or help them with rent control,
After the
grocery
Prime
prices, or
Minister's
supports, or
depressing
caps on farmer
speech
prices.
demanding
No,
young people
instead
make
we
more
put
sacrifices, I think the Liberal House Leader asked ChatGPT to write him up a little poem about how he could inject hope into his message. It didn't work, Mr. Speaker. Young people need houses for them to have hope. Houses are needed to raise families. Houses are needed to build equity and collateral and credit history. But the Prime Minister insists on applying an escalating industrial carbon tax that will raise the cost of everything that goes into making a home.
It's in there.
So with the Liberals doubling housing costs already, why won't they get rid of this tax?
The Honourable Minister.
I feel very strange. I feel like agreeing with Pierre Poilievre on this point. Of course, he failed at building even 2 homes during his tenure as housing minister. But the rhetoric, I kind of agree with. Because, yeah, if you're putting a tax on all these different components that go into making a house, it's going to make the house more expensive. What are you going to do about that?
Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know housing is top of mind for young Canadians, and we have heard them loud and clear. Budget 2025 delivers on affordable housing for young Canadians. It focuses on affordable housing and co-ops. It delivers on GST for first-time homebuyers, up to 47,000 homes that will see a big reduction in
first-time
GST.
homebuyers instead of any homebuyer.
Building all of these homes creates jobs for young people in the trades, great jobs for young Canadians. This budget delivers affordability for young Canadians.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Your medication costs $800 a month. Yeah, I'm on a medication that costs in that ballpark. Your fiance's medication costs $26,000 over 6 months, paid for by the promise. Farmer prices need to be reined in. Absolutely. Now, the product, the thing I'm on is a once a month injectable that it was only put on the market in 2018. So it's only 7 years in, but in 3 more years, should have some, generics, hopefully, to drive down that price. Because it's like just shy of $800 a month. I'm very fortunate right now. I'm on ODSP, and ODSP covers it. It doesn't cover everything I'm on, unfortunately. But yeah, I want a full breakdown where each percentage of my taxes can be checked off on or off for distribution of funds programs I have to agree to be funded. Yeah, but if we had that, then it would be like, it would have to be an opt-out system, whereas you go in and you opt out of particular programs, because otherwise, if it's an opt-in, suddenly the tax revenue would probably drop off a cliff because most people wouldn't go in to do the opt-in thing. And there might be programs where too many people opt out and suddenly kill the program. So I'd like to agree, but yeah, there's that's fine. I want to opt out of paying corporation subsidies that keep their workers in poverty and destroy the economy. Yeah, I'm good with that. I'm just more worried about programs that conservatives might not like breakfast programs that are really important in schools. Morgan LaFab, I feel like the quicker solve for farmer prices for Canada is to expand the pharmacare to make sure all Canadians can access it for all drugs. Yeah. There's ODSP covers me for a bunch of things in Ontario. Why can't we just expand that kind of thing? It's already, and in terms of medical coverage, because it's we have a single payer system, we pay at less than half than what the US spends. No, I don't have data on that. I am repeating what I've heard multiple times. If anyone wants to double check it, they're fine too. But yeah, if we just have pharmacare as well as healthcare, if it's single payer for that. And we do like they have in the NIH, where you go to pick up a prescription and you pay $10 or $11 or $12 or something reasonable to cover the cost of the pharmacy. And then your medication is free. We'd probably drop the amount that we pay for coverage for medical drugs. It would likely drop the amount of money that we pay for them big time if you have the country negotiating drug prices instead of, individual insurance companies or, what have you, ODSP negotiating. You want the country negotiating drug prices. It'll drop them. It'll drop them real quick. We should just stop barreling out corporations. That too. They need to be responsible for their own finances. If the jobs that are lost because they mismanage their funds, I can assure you another corporation will fill its place and replace the jobs. Yeah, I don't like the idea of jobs being lost unnecessarily. There's no good will in this room to hear each other out and sell their budget, come to a consensus. There's no goodwill in this room to hear each other out. Yeah. That's why there's been such rumors about another person crossing the aisle, because now the Liberals just need two more seats to form a majority government, in which case they won't need to negotiate. But 2 is the number of Greens there are. There's also more than 2 NDP MPs. So if they could negotiate with the Greens and the NDP, make a few changes, presto magico, you've got a bill that goes through, and you don't need Pierre Poilievre and his Conservatives. That's basically the general idea of right-wing free market politics. Modern age right-wing wants that, but with golden parachutes galore built in, it beats the whole purpose. Yeah. Okay, let's keep listening. Oh no! Dang it.
Different than the man he had advised for the preceding 5 years. Smarter, more responsible, that he would be.
Those are just... Okay, those are petitions. Okay, we hadn't heard her. We hadn't heard him. There we go. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, he says it's imaginary, but it's in his budget. Does that mean the budget is a fictional document? Here it is on page 106, strengthening the industrial.
I was like skip 10 forward, not just backwards. Yeah, I just like him so much too. I really hope he fails to keep his leadership. And leadership review.
The honourable member may continue now that the prop has been put away.
Mr. Speaker, they say their budget is a prop and its contents are imaginary. We're in real trouble.
That was funny.
Homes take steel, they take aluminum, they take concrete and cement and glass. The industrial carbon tax drives all those things up. With our youth unable to afford homes, why don't they get rid of this tax so that we can bring down the cost of housing?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, you know what this budget does? It builds communities. It builds
He would make a very
opportunities for
good
young people
WWE
in our
wrestler,
communities.
except
It
the fact
ties this
I
country
don't think he-
together in a common refrain of
There's
hope
the-
and
yeah.
optimism and
I see
investing
it, the
in
stagecoach
ourselves.
driver.
We're going to be investing in new homes. We're going to be investing in housing for young people.
He knows
We're
how to
going to
harness the
build
heat
it with
from the
that
crowd. Yeah,
Canadian
he does.
steel.
And
We're going to
makes
build
him
it
really
with that
good at
Canadian lumber.
Trump-style
We're going to build
rallies.
it with that best
It's
thing that
not
we
really
have,
what we
that
want from
Canadian
politicians
ingenuity
necessarily.
that exists in the youngest and the oldest, the skilled tradespeople of this country. We are going to build Canada. Conservatives like that, liberals like that. Let's build the country.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
After the Prime Minister's depressing speech demanding young people make more sacrifices, I think the Liberal House Leader asked ChatGPT to write him up a little poem about how he could inject hope into his message. It didn't work, Mr. Speaker. Young people need houses for them to have hope. Houses are needed to raise families. Houses are needed to build equity and collateral and credit history. But the Prime Minister insists on applying an escalating industrial carbon tax that will raise the cost of everything that goes into making a home. So with the Liberals doubling housing costs already, why won't they get rid of this tax?
The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, we know housing is top of mind for young Canadians, and we have heard them loud and clear. Budget 2025 delivers on affordable housing for young Canadians. It focuses on
Don't call it Budget
affordable housing and
2025. That's
costs.
too close to
It
Project
delivers
2025.
on GST for first-time
Let me
home
not do
buyers,
that.
up to 47,000 homes that will see a big reduction in GST. Building all of these homes creates jobs for young people in the trades, great jobs for young Canadians. This budget
everyone wants
delivers
to work in the
affordability for
trades.
young Canadians.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government has doubled lineups at food banks to well over 2 million people. And right now, food prices are rising 40% faster in Canada than they are in the United States, which means it can't be some global or foreign factor on which we blame those rising costs. But Sylvain Charlebois, Canada's leading food price expert, says the industrial carbon tax, which is not only still in place but is rising quickly in this costly budget, is partly to blame. So single mothers, small businesses, and seniors can feed themselves while they get rid of this terrible tax on food.
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
As a former single mother myself, I can tell you the kinds of things that single mothers, in fact families, are looking for is affordability. That's in this budget. Whether it's a middle-class tax cut for 22 million Canadians, whether it's protecting $10 a day childcare, by the way, a game changer for women, especially single mothers, but whether it's making the school food program permanent, whether it's investing in building trades, the kinds of infrastructure investments that will lead to good-paying jobs. We're here for young people, Canadians.
The Leader of the Opposition.
I was going to say something about maybe we should have a single mother count at the top of the screen. How many times? This camera has gestures built in. It never really works with the gestures properly. Okay, there we go. Would have been even better if Trudeau was still in Tiran for a cage match. Yeah, because Trudeau could hold his own. And Trudeau would not have passed a budget like this. No, and he would have had help from the NDP because he was Liberal. Oh, you have to leave the house? Oh, I'm sorry, Morgan. I hope it's nicer outside there than it is here, at least. It's rainy and gross here. Yeah, still rainy. You don't want to go. This will keep going, and you can always watch. We're at an hour 45. It's 6 degrees out. Ugh. It's 8 here, according to my watch. We're at an hour and 45 minutes, so you can always rewatch the stream later. Yeah, it's cold. I don't want to dress up for 6 degree weather either. I've had to do it once. I have to do it tomorrow. Tomorrow I cannot stream this early. I'm not going to be able to stream till, what's it, 1 to 2:30. Yeah, probably 3 or 4. I could stream by tomorrow. So we could watch question period, but I'll be running late again. I am not wearing socks, Morgan. You can't pay me to put on socks today. I like going barefoot. I like having cold feet for some reason. But yeah, 8 degrees out and rainy here. For anyone that's curious, I am in the area between Montreal and Toronto, closer to Toronto, and within reasonable driving distance of Trenton Air Force Base and Prince Edward County. And that's about as much as I'm willing to reveal. So it's a nice part of the country. I really like Prince Edward County. My town is meh. I miss Montreal. I grew up in Montreal. Et je suis encore... Je viens de Montréal et je parle encore le français. Peut-être un jour je ferai la traduction, mais c'est difficile.
Since they started promising that program, the number of children lined up at food banks has doubled to 700,000. And food prices are actually rising 40% faster in Canada than they are in the United States of America. The questions I've been asking are to the Prime Minister. Apparently he doesn't have time to answer questions about homes and food when Canadians cannot afford to feed and lodge themselves. So once again, will the Prime Minister get rid of his regressive industrial carbon tax on Canadian foods so that single moms and seniors can afford to eat?
He does.
The Honourable Minister
His
of
point
Jobs
isn't
and Families.
wrong.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians don't have time for the kind of antics that the Conservative Party performs every single day. What Canadians want is investment in their families, investment in their children, investment in the kinds of infrastructure in small communities all across this country, including in my riding, that are going to make life affordable, that are going to build up the kind of infrastructure that allows for us to get ahead. And Mr. Speaker, lots of Conservatives feel that way in my riding. They told me so, and they've donated.
The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills North.
And I do have to say, there's a food bank not far from my place, and last time I left the house to go to one of my group therapies, Mom and I both commented on the sheer number of people parked in the parking lot of the food bank. It was packed. There's a problem. And Pierre Poilievre, much though I despise him, isn't incorrect on several of his points. And there had better be something to help with the affordability of food in this budget.
Mr. Speaker, the last Liberal budget had a fiscal anchor of deficits of less than 1% of GDP. This budget doubles those deficits, averaging 2% of GDP. The last Liberal budget had a fiscal anchor of declining debt to GDP. This budget increases debt to GDP. Will the government admit that its fiscal anchor is weaker than the previous Trudeau governments?
It is. But they kind of said that because they have to invest so much in the freaking military. And
I know they're having a bad week over there, but yesterday we tabled an historic budget to build our economy. For Canadians,
of course he wouldn't solve it.
Canadians,
it's just a talking
point.
So
we will never be reliant on one country again. We will spend less on wasteful spending so we can invest in our country and build our country, our economy into the strongest economy in the G7. Mr. Speaker, from Canadians from coast to coast to coast support our budget. It's time for us to come together in this House like Canada. Time for the party opposite to support our budget.
The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills North.
Mr. Speaker,
This piece with
last
both
July,
CBC and LBC
bond
reps, yeah.
rating agency Fitch warned that a material rise in the debt to GDP and a material rise in our deficits could lead to a credit downgrade. This budget doubles deficits and leads to ever-increasing debt to GDP. Will the government acknowledge that it is putting this country's credit rating at risk, not only to mention that it's saddling younger Canadians with a mountain of national debt?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, speaking of young Canadians are looking at this budget for generational opportunity.
Conservatives are doing the same thing conservatives always do when they're not in power. They complain about the debt. When they get into power, do they do anything to balance the budget? No. They spend, spend, spend. This is what conservatives have been doing every time. Time to go to the store. Gonna do a lurk. All right. Thanks so much, Morgan. Take care. Stay warm. If they collected all the taxes necessary from companies in the ultra-rich, there'd be no deficit. Exactly, Elemental. Exactly. Why is there no tax the rich thing in this budget? I have not come across an increasing wealth tax in this thing. I'm not done reading. I barely scratched the surface. But I've done a lot of skimming, and I didn't see anything about a wealth tax. CPC have not even created a shadow budget. It's all talking points. Some relevant talking points, yes, that should be addressed, yes. Would they address them if they were in power? Heck no. Should the Liberals be doing so? Yes.
We are unlocking new markets for them. Budget 2025, we're getting young Canadians, young entrepreneurs ready to get export ready through our SMA readiness program. Secondly, once they're export ready, we will launch the Can Export program to support them, attend trade shows globally to showcase their goods. And once they have orders ready to go out, EDC will step in to support them to get into new markets around the world. This is how we're helping young Canadians and young entrepreneurs access new markets and create jobs here at home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, there's been a lot of talk about a generational deficit of $78 billion in the budget, and it's true. What are the main points of this budget? The defense is the main priority.
They didn't even have a platform selection. Yeah, that's just sad. It's just sad. They could do a one-time tax and afford to address the homeless situation nationwide. Yeah, and it's a major problem. I'm in a small town and we have a major homelessness problem. And I'm in a small town. I'm not in Toronto or Ottawa where this problem is compounded, because people who are homeless in some areas will move around to go to a place where there's better services for them because they're homeless. They can do that. I'm in a town where there's churches. There's a couple churches that feed. I think, they offer hot meals. And so we've got a bigger homeless population than several other towns. But there's already a solution in place, a solution that's been put forward that I hope gets into place, where they're going to take a big empty space that normally we would have, that I went to a conference in, and fill it full of beds, and that way house the unhoused, give them an address. Once they have a fixed address, they can get a job, get some income, and then afford their own place. Provided, they get a job with enough income to afford a place in this town. And the cheapest rent I found when I looked a couple of years ago was $1,400 a month. I'm not making enough on disability to afford rent and anything else. I could cover rent, just barely. So I'm living with my mother, who's just retired, and yeah, help each other out. She helps me out more because the long COVID situation, but I try and help too. I'm in barely a city and we have a major homelessness problem. Yeah, local services are doing their best. Yeah, but we need the federal government to step in and really do something about this, because it's really an affordability issue. There's so many people on the street who've never been on the street before because suddenly they can't afford their places. The fact that the cost to house and refurbish unoccupied houses that meet code are going to be brought up to code would be significantly less than what is needed to continually make the homeless a scapegoat for the market, for human right, a tent, when a home they want is empty. That's not housing. It's discrimination based on not having enough money. Exactly. And, I might not be in Toronto, but we definitely have a rent affordability issue here. And, I mean, what would you rather do? Put a whole bunch of porta potties out to hope they use them and then get them cleaned on a regular basis? How much would that cost to have the rental of a whole bunch of porta potties and paying, extra employees to clean them out more often? Is that cheaper or more expensive than the and by the way, we had an election and our former we got our former mayor back. The previous guy didn't even want the porta potties. So there were people who had no other choice than to do their business on the side of the road. And at one point, I had the wonderful pleasure of seeing someone taking a dump in the field near my house as I drove home. And I'm like, I don't need to see that. I don't want to see that. Why don't we have porta potties? Why? Yeah, fortunately, the old mayor's back and has at least done that much. So there's no more of that. But hopefully we can get a place for them to be housed, especially given the temperatures are dropping and they might resort to more drugs, say, to get through the cold winter nights. I'd rather them be housed off the streets and making their own money. No single bedroom apartment should cost 1.5 times the monthly income of a minimum wage full-time worker. Exactly, Elemental, exactly. But right now, housing costs are insane. As I constantly reiterate, the measure of a society is how we treat the most vulnerable and marginalized. Yes, absolutely, 100%. As such, we are failing, and those who have the power to change it need to be removed from power. Yeah. And Tisseril, that Zoran's victory had a reverberation when even the Ukrainian libertarians got scared. Yeah. Mamdani, like I mentioned before, my dad had gotten pretty conservative. And the decade I was here, I slowly worked on him. And he got to the point that he repudiated Trump. I'd talk him out of the woke thing a couple times and remind him what woke really meant. And, he was coming around. But he was a taxi driver for a long time. The fact that Zoran Mamdani cut the fees that taxi drivers have to pay, and that's a big chunk of their income that they suddenly would be getting back, that he did that before even asking for their vote, that he made that change for them. So I actually saw a video of him going to a big taxi stand area and meeting up with a bunch of different cabbies, and they treated him like a brother. It was amazing to see, and I wish my dad were alive for me to play that for him. He would have he might have been a right-winger, but he came around on Palestine before the end, and I think he would have come around and supported Zoran Mamdani. I think he would have really liked him. Anyway, I miss my dad. Our libertarians are quaking in their boots at the thought that a competent lefty won finally. Yes, absolutely. Last time I saw you, you were playing Skyrim, and I'm glad to see you out there. Thanks, Disrael. It's been a while since I've been playing. I was playing Skyrim like the first month that I was streaming. I was such a newbie, and now I'm a little less of a newbie. I've got some, yeah, I got some stuff. I'm not there yet, but I think I want to do more streaming like this because this has been so much fun. It really has. And like we're going through this video so slowly because we keep stopping to chat. And I love it. This is what streaming is all about for me. Community and really compelling content. And if I'm playing a game, compelling storyline. But it's all about community first. Love you
Helping
guys.
young Canadians and young entrepreneurs access new markets and create jobs here at home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, there's been a lot of talk about a generational deficit of $78 billion in the budget, and it's true. What are the main points of this budget? The defense is the main priority, and the end to the struggle against climate change is done. There's even more credits for oil companies. These are all choices that Stephen Harper would have made because they are conservative choices. It's so conservative, in fact, that a conservative member became Liberal. And so we have a Liberal deficit with conservative priorities, and through it all, why is there nothing for the priorities of Quebecers? The Honourable Member of Industry.
That's the block.
The Minister of Industry. I know my colleague very well, and
That's the block in a nutshell. Liberal, liberal, liberal. Give some stuff to Quebec. Don't forget Quebec. Ad starting in 3 minutes, so we'll take a break during the ads and watch something unrelated. I love this guy's hair. You have a couple friends who moved to Canada when the war started. They say it's good to live out here, though a bit cold. Yeah, it depends on where you're at, Tisrel. Like, I'm kind of on Lake Ontario, and there's a moderating effect on the climate of those big lakes. If you go further north, yeah, they're on Quebec, like Quebec City, or just the province. Like Montreal is not too bad, but the problem is it's damp, so you get a damp cold when it gets cold out, and it gets into your bones. I haven't spent enough time in Quebec City to tell you what it's like. Suburbs of Montreal, suburbs of Quebec. Yeah, the West Coast is very temperate. The outer rim of the city, yeah. Quebec City does tend to get cold. It's a bit further north than Montreal. I've been as far north as Kuujjuaq, the very north of Quebec. If you look at there's a big bay at the top of Quebec, and if you go right down to almost the bottom of that, and then down a river is Kuujjuaq. So it's not right on the Arctic Sea, but it's just off of it. And there is a dry cold. So minus 30 Celsius. Now I'll make it easier. Minus 40 Celsius, which is minus 40 Fahrenheit, feels like minus 20, which is, I think, closer to minus 10 for you. I can't do math. Yeah. Hey Siri, what's minus 40? What's minus 20 Celsius in Fahrenheit? Minus 4 Fahrenheit. So minus 40 Celsius is minus 40 Fahrenheit. It's the minus 20 that I needed. So yeah, the temperature swings would end you. Yeah, I mean, like, plus 40 in summer, minus 40 in winter. That's Northwest Ontario. That's pretty much what Montreal gets, because Montreal is damp. So, yeah. In the very north, minus 40, because all the humidity just freezes out of the air. It's really cool looking effect. It's like it's glittering out. It's just, oh my God, it's so cool. Everyone should go to the North one time in their life. Make sure you have the finances to kid out, but everyone should go in the North once in their life. And now I think we have ads now. Yeah, minus 20 Celsius is minus 4 Fahrenheit. That's what Siri just told me. Vancouver Island usually varies 30 to minus 10. That's nice. 9/5. Yes. Oh, gods. Don't make me do math, Elemental. I did not get that as much sleep as I should have. Okay. Ads are starting? Are ads starting? Edmonton weather is horrid. Oh, I bet. I bet. I have family that was from Calgary. Let's see. I sent it to May. So it'll be there. There.
It's our country.
Yeah. Where'd it go? There we go. So yeah, we're in an ad break. So while we're in ad break, I'm just going to play an ad. I'll play it again later. I don't want to change the... There. It's not super cold, but it's the kind of cold that bites lightly. Yeah. Especially if it's a humid cold. Humid cold gets into the bones. Okay, that I can move. Nope. Yes. Just a little bit. There. While we're in ads, let's play this.
It's your future, and we are going to give it back to you. For decades, Canada's economy became more closely linked to the United States. The U.S. is the world's largest economy, so on the one hand, that created tons of new business and jobs for us. But it also meant that when things change suddenly for the worse down there, it causes big problems up here, and it's hard to control what happens next. As Prime Minister, my #1 focus is to put Canadians back in control by building here at home and building new partnerships abroad, so that we're not reliant on the United States. To do that, we will have to make some difficult choices, responsible choices. Federal government spending has grown massively over the last few years. That's not sustainable. We will cut wasteful government spending. We'll make massive investments in the things that grow our economy. Homes, new ports, electricity grids, the major infrastructure that will unlock the full potential of Canada. We've built big before. In the 1950s, Canada set out to build the St. Lawrence Seaway. It cost us the equivalent of about $4 billion in today's money. Since then, the Seaway has shipped more than $1 trillion worth of cargo to the world. Tens of thousands of Canadians, trade workers, business owners, and their employees have gone to work every day because of that Seaway. We're going to build big things again. When we do, we're going to use Canadian steel, Canadian aluminum, lumber, technology, and Canadian workers to do it. Only 40% of the steel bought here in Canada is made here in Canada. We'll change that. We'll be our own best customer, and we're going to sell to the world. Yes, we'll keep trading with the US, but we will double what we export to everywhere else. It's our country, it's your future, and we...
So he mentions the St. Lawrence Seaway. I grew up in Montreal, half a block from the water. I grew up watching boats go through that seaway, and I knew the history of it because I was told the history of it. We need investment like this, big investment. Everyone's still talking about cold. You're making my feet feel cold, man. You make me feel like I need to go get socks. Humid cold is terrible. First experience of humid cold was in Ottawa at +4. That's colder than -15 in the prairies. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. A dry cold is so much easier to handle. Just why I'm like, Kuujjuaq in the north of Quebec really wasn't that bad. Yeah, sure, the first day we got there was -50, and we were all like kitted out in all of our gear. You get 2 inches of ice every so often. It's getting colder, and winter's coming. I used to have a dog named Winter, and I have a t-shirt that says winter is coming. You're supposed to get snow tonight, Plain Power? Dang. You know, when I was little, when we go trick-or-treating, my mother would make us costumes, but she would make the costumes big enough to go over our snowsuits. Because, I mean, one of the times, it was a really good call, too, because we had a massive snowstorm on Halloween. Everyone's trampling through heavy snow to go trick-or-treating. And yeah, we still went trick-or-treating. There was not a lack of kids trick-or-treating. Okay, come on, camera. On Zoom, thank you. It always does that when I least expect it. Snow on Halloween is not a thing lately. Yeah, no, it's not, is it? And there's no snow yet. It's just been rain. Well, it hasn't dipped to 0 yet, so we'll get there eventually. All right, let's play this quick ad, and then we'll go back to the other thing we're watching.
Are going to give it back to you. For decades, Canada's economy became more closely linked to the United States. The U.S. is the world's largest economy, so on the one hand, that created tons of new business and jobs for us. But it also meant that when things change suddenly for the worse down there, it causes big problems up here, and it's hard to control what happens next. As Prime Minister, my #1 focus is to put Canadians back in control by building here at home and building new partnerships abroad, so that we're not reliant on the United States. To do that, we will have to make some difficult choices, responsible choices. Federal government spending has grown massively over the last few years. That's not sustainable. We will cut wasteful government spending. We'll make massive investments in the things that grow our economy. Homes, new ports, electricity grids, the major infrastructure that will unlock the full potential of Canada. We've built big before. In the 1950s, Canada set out to build the St. Lawrence Seaway. It cost us the equivalent of about $4 billion in today's money. Since then, the Seaway has shipped more than $1 trillion worth of cargo to the world. Tens of thousands of Canadians, trade workers, business owners, and their employees have gone to work every day because of that Seaway. We're going to build big things again. When we do, we're going to use Canadian steel, Canadian aluminum, lumber, technology, and Canadian workers to do it. Only 40% of the steel bought here in Canada is made here in Canada. We'll change that. We'll be our own best customer, and we're going to sell to the world. Yes, we'll keep trading with the U.S., but we will double what we export to everywhere else. We'll make generational investments to protect our communities, our borders, our way of life. Investments to build a stronger economy where everyone has a chance to get ahead. And investments to empower Canadians with new opportunities, better careers, and a lower cost of living. It's time to take control of our future, bet big on ourselves, and play to win. It's time to build Canada strong.
Okay. What'd you think of that? I'm not pleased with the whole cutting government waste because that's good jobs. And my mother pointed out, well, those are cushy jobs and da-da-da-da. I'm like, yeah, there should be more cushy jobs like that. Not less. Not less. Tisrael, anything sustainable, if you do that, yeah, tax the rich, tax corporations and the ultra rich. You need to head to before you slam face first into your desk. That's true. Tisrael, you're on the other side of the pond, aren't you? It's been a long time since I've seen you, and I don't remember. I usually ask these days, but I don't know if I was asking back in June where people are. It's almost midnight where you're at. Eesh. Europe? UK? Where are you at? Just out of curiosity. I'm not asking you to dox yourself, just general so that I can put a pin in my mental map of where people are. That's why I give away the basics of where I'm at, but not specifics. You're in Ukraine. Oh man, my family's from southern Poland. Very southern Poland. So, you take care of yourself. You hear? Yeah. My grandfather would have seen starving Ukrainians crossing the border when he was young. Yeah, I know a little bit about the history. I've read Bloodlands and Iron Curtain. Iron Curtain by Anne Applebaum was very good. I highly recommend. Yeah. I don't know the full history, but I know enough to know that Putin is quoting propaganda that was used to protect the Ukrainian language. And he quotes that propaganda that was used to protect the Ukrainian language back when to justify his invasion. Yeah. He doesn't know that it's propaganda. It wasn't true, but it is. If you move to Poland, you can probably see some starving Ukrainians crossing the border now too. Isn't it funny how the world works? You're still in a part of the world that's stuck between bigger powers. It's not funny. It's quite tragic. You're just coping. I cope by laughing. When there's things that are really awful and hard, I make jokes. So if you guys think I'm making light of a situation, I'm not. I'm just trying to protect my mental health. And yeah, I'm not following the everyday news of Ukraine these days just to protect my mental health. But my heart is with you guys. You take care of yourselves. Stay safe. Stay healthy. Take care of yourself. And good night. Night, Tisrael. Thanks for joining. Hope to see you again soon. Dark humor is a real coping mechanism. Yes. American here, if I could go to Ukraine and help, I would. I know, right? I'm on disability. I'm not healthy enough to have more than a couple showers a week because it takes too much out of me. I wish I were healthy and strong. And if I could, I would go. Not that I don't speak Polish. My family might be Polish, but my dad did not get taught Polish. I can say a couple bad words. Hey, I'm on YouTube. YouTube won't know what pizda is, right? Or Jezus Maria Chakra Porleta. Yeah. I just copy. I mimic my dad. I can say dzień dobry. Hello. And I can say in Russian Здравствуйте. Or Привет if we're friends. Yeah. A joke, I know. You're from Portugal, water packs, and you're currently waiting till next year to move to Canada. Nice. Bureaucratic and work-related stuff. Your significant other is Canadian. We've been together for quite some time now. I come often enough to Canada, and I've loved it since first time I traveled. That's awesome. Hey Siri, set the scene to streaming. I have not figured out what service does that.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
No, it's fine. You did it. You were fine. Thank you, Siri. Always be nice to your AI. Always. Yeah, I had friends that were Portuguese, but their family was from the Azores. So I got to have Easter with them once. Oh, so much good food. So much good food. And they would travel fairly often to Portugal. So I also have an old friend in Spain, not too far. Barcelona, I think, is where she's at. So that's the other side of the Iberian Peninsula from you, I think. Who's Venezuelan originally and lived with my family for a while. So I have my heart's in that part of the world too. A lot of Azoran people in Canada from the continent. Nice. I also studied wine, so you've got some really good wine there. Lots of good food. All right, we should get back to... Oh, I'm glad the background picture covers that. That's good. Okay, let's get back to this, shall we? We don't need this background. There we go. We'll go back to this. So, nothing for Quebecers. We'll go back just a bit.
And through it all, why is there nothing for the priorities of Quebecers? The Honourable Member of Industry, the Minister of Industry. I know my colleague very well, and I know his writing very well, and there's something that is clear. And that is in his writing, when you talk about expenditures on defense, that has an impact in Mirabel, that has an impact at CAE, and for Airbus,
it does.
For Pedro Dextron as well, it's going to have an impact on thousands of jobs in Mirabel. And my colleague right now is saying that this budget is not delivering anything for Quebec and for Mirabel. I think maybe he's disconnected from reality. The Honourable Member for Mirabel.
She's not wrong.
Mr. Speaker, a deficit of $78 billion will have impact on the coming generations in my writing, but there's worse than that. The Liberals are creating this deficit, and they're announcing cuts to health transfers, and they're not investing anything for seniors. And they're refusing a preferential rate for the first-time home buyers, and they're replacing the only housing building program that works in Quebec by Build Homes Canada, which is going to slow everything down, Mr. Speaker. How is it possible to create a deficit of $78 billion and by giving up on all of Quebecers' needs?
He's doing that whole deficit thing, which they know full well is a little iffy. By the way, Rivalry, my apologies, I forgot. Welcome to the community. Welcome in. Glad to have you here. Whereabouts in the U.S. are you, if I may ask? Just because, you know, these are questions I love to ask. I love his swagger. He's definitely from the Blanchet School of Attitude, yeah. Well, he's seated right next to Blanchet. I bet he's probably mentoring to a certain degree. I mean, look at that. He looks so proud. He looks so proud. I love you, François Blanchet. He's... Gilles Duceppe was another Bloc Québécois leader that I really, really appreciated. But Blanchet is just... love it.
The Honourable Minister of Industry. Now, Mr. Speaker, we were asked to invest more to build hospitals. We said, what did we say? Yes, excellent idea. We'll put it in the budget. And you can read, he could read the pages in the budget and he'd see it there in black and white. Quebecers said, we want you to protect our language and culture. We want you to invest in that because it's important to us. The Minister of Finance and the Minister of Culture, Quebec and Canadian Culture, promised to invest more than ever in art and cultures. So when did you vote for this, member?
Mr. Speaker, in 2015, 6 cents of every dollar was used to pay interest on the national debt. Yesterday's budget confirms that that number will more than double to 13 cents of every dollar. That's almost $76 billion going to bankers and bondholders to pay interest on the national debt. That's even more than the government will receive from taxing and GST. This, when the finance minister says he's making generational investments, is he just saddling the next generation with his unaffordable budget?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite simply is overlooking that Canada has a AAA credit rating, the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7, has been world acclaimed in terms of a home for direct foreign investment, top of the G20 there, Mr. Speaker. The difference between that side of the House and this side of the House is that we believe in Canada. We believe in Canadians. We're diversifying supply chains and we're investing in our population so that we become the strongest economy in the G7. We ask them to join us.
Those are good
The
points.
Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Speaker, the difference is that every Liberal finance minister seems to keep breaking their fiscal promises. They said the deficits would be low and temporary. They were long and very large. They said the deficit would be capped. They said the debt to GDP ratio would continue going down. The ratio went up and the deficits blew through the cap. Now we have a new finance minister with a new, weaker fiscal anchor. Will the finance minister confirm that this anchor is weaker, and how long before he breaks his promise too? How long?
In this country, as well as in the States, conservatives complain about the deficit when they're not in power. And when they are in power, they blow it up. And I don't mean making it small. I mean, Liberals balance the budget. But right now, we can't afford a balanced budget. A balanced budget would shoot this country into a depression. Last time we were in an iffy situation like this, they balanced the budgets and we went into a Great Depression.
Hello there.
Thank you for the follow, Philly Alex. Welcome to the community. And when they're in power, they still complain about the past government. Yeah, it's true. You're new. Yes, I'm in Canada. I'm between Montreal and Toronto. Just off the Lake Ontario. So that's about where I'm at. We're watching the Canadian debate about the budget together. Sometimes it can be dry, but we make it fun. Where are you from, Philly Alex? I'm not asking you to dox yourself. I've been on a tangent of asking folks wherever they're at, just because it helps me remember people, having little mental pins in the world. Like, I'm not going to forget that the person who was in earlier was from Ukraine. Not going to forget that person. Philly? Wow, that makes sense. Philly Alex is in Philadelphia. Nice. I've not been that far down south. No, that's not true. I've been further south. I've been just down past the Mason-Dixon line in Maryland. But I haven't spent a ton of time on the east coast of the U.S. I haven't spent a ton of time in the U.S. But I hear it's a beautiful city and very historic. So why would I vote for him? You voted for Trump, but don't like some of the stuff he does? Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that he's doing that we don't like. A lot of people voted for him thinking that he was going to take care of the affordability crisis since he was the one talking about it. I'm not going to vilify people who have voted for Trump. That's just not what I'm here for. I have very leftist liberal views, but I also believe strongly in talking across the aisle. It's part of my family history. And I can't not. I would love to tour New England when the climate's less tense, when it's less icy out. He's never supported Ukraine, even in his first term. Yeah. You're Ukrainian but lived in the USA for 30 years. Yeah, he's not supporting despite the fact that the US and Canada and the UK and Russia, and I'm forgetting another one, I think like France, signed a treaty with Ukraine when they gave up their nukes in the 90s to say that they would come to their defense. Of course, Russia, one of those signatories, is the one who invaded. But yeah, Ukrainians are doing a great job on their own, but they need some extra things like Tomahawk missiles to deal with the stuff that Russia has. And Trump is doing the will I, won't I, will I, want it. No, my bestie Putin called. I couldn't do that. It's not a Biden war. It's a Putin war. Biden did not invade. Putin did. It's deflecting. Like I said, Elemental, there are people who voted not realizing how bad he was going to get. I could see how bad he was going to get from a mile away because I'm a student of Eastern European history. I know the signs of a tyrant. Median in Ukraine, that's besides the point, Philly. There was a big thing made about Biden and his son being on the board of Burisma. It was a mountain out of a molehill. Not that Biden didn't have his own issues. I was not a Biden supporter. I'm a Bernie supporter. So, yeah. Bernie and Mamdani were both, and AOC all three are able to flip people who have voted for Trump 3 times. And that says a lot about what people have in common on both sides of the aisle. Is people are hungry, people are not doing well when it comes to their finances and the cost of food and the cost of housing and the cost of everything. And Trump was lying and saying he would deal with it. He wasn't going to. He's a narcissist. He thinks only of himself. It's like you wouldn't trust a compulsive liar to be your insurance agent, or you wouldn't go into business with a compulsive liar. Right? You're 100% Ukrainian, but you understand how it started. Yeah. I watched it in real time. Putin invaded and thought he was going to take the country in 3 days. So many political grifters out there, I know. So we should support our country and not send money overseas. The problem is, Philly, Alex, that the U.S. signed an accord with Ukraine saying that they would protect them if someone invaded because Ukraine gave up its nukes. It had nuclear weapons in the 90s and gave them up. And nuclear-armed countries said that they would protect them. No, it's all about communication and conversation, Philly. I'm not going to block you. I mean, if you disrespect people in the chat, or if you say that, some people don't deserve as many human rights as others, then we might have issues. But as far as I can tell, we are still having a conversation. For what, boons or food? Because booms cost more than food and support. And foreign aid takes up such a small portion of the budget. It does. And what it does is it people who receive foreign aid from the U.S. remember that and think well of the U.S. People who receive bombs from the U.S. and get bombed by them also remember that that's from the U.S. So it's a small price to pay for that foreign aid. And like the military supports foreign aid. The military is in favor of foreign aid because it's soft power. It helps keep people from turning into terrorists overseas. The nukes were Russian. Remember, Ukraine used to be Russian. Yeah, I remember. They gave up, but Russia pulled out, and so they then owned these nukes. They never had access to the codes. They could have gotten access to the codes somehow, but they decided, no, we're going to get rid of these nukes. And again, the nuclear armed countries promised to protect them. So the U.S. made a promise to Ukraine back in the 90s. Do you think the U.S. shouldn't live up to its promise? Especially if there's money in it, if there's rare earth minerals in it for the U.S. if they protect Ukraine? I think the U.S. stands to benefit in the long run if it protects Ukraine now, if it helps. It doesn't have even had boots on the ground are not necessary. Ukraine's taking care of that. It's just they've developed fantastic drone technology in Ukraine. It's fantastic. We in Canada should be buying into that technology. I don't want World War III either. I'm not saying boots on the ground, but Putin is in a weakened position right now. He doesn't want to admit it, but he is. If the U.S. were to give Tomahawks to the Ukraine, now I'm not a military person, but I know I do remember watching a report on this, and that the Tomahawks would neutralize one of the main problems Ukraine has right now in terms of Russian tech. So just giving them the Tomahawks would probably be enough for the Ukraine to take back the rest of its territory and kick Russia out. Might take a little bit more time, but no one's asking for boots on the ground. Half of my family are Polish, and I can tell you from what I've read and from what I know of the Poles are very effing nervous right now. Poles are building up their military because they know Putin's type. If Putin gets more of Ukraine, you think he's going to stop at Ukraine? Nuh-uh. He's going to go on to Poland, Moldova, Hungary. We'll have a new Iron Curtain, and nobody needs that. An open economies who are engaging in trade, everybody stands to benefit. Whereas if we let Putin, who's another malignant narcissist like Trump, have one country, he's going to want more. He's a bully. He's with an unending appetite. He wants the old Iron Curtain back. He wants the post-World War II order back. He wants us to have a Cold War. We need to level the playing field. I know Canada's been training troops. Canada's been doing a bunch of work quietly. The U.S. should be doing the same. Putin can make all the threats he wants, but he's on the losing side of the war right now. Ukraine technically Ukraine used to be one of the Soviet republics. Absolutely. It had identity under U.S. umbrella. And the not acknowledging of that is narrative that Putin exploits. Yes, but water packs, it's more complicated than that. I highly recommend anyone in the chat who is thinking about along these lines about these topics. 2 books. One by Pulitzer Prize winning Anne Applebaum. And the other one is Bloodlands by Timothy Snyder. Also on tyranny. And On Tyranny by Snyder. I highly recommend you guys read these books. They will really inform you about the last century and a bit in the Eastern Europe area of Eastern Europe. I can talk. On Tyranny is a short one. Highly, 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 highly recommended. If Philly Alex is there, Yeah, you still here? You love the Polish people? Thank you. Pick up On Tyranny and read it. It's short. Very worth it. Very freaking worth it. It was written when Trump came to power the first time and then was updated. And he's scarily accurate. Highly recommend all 3 books. They are in both regular form and in audiobook as well. But yeah, On Tyranny is like a tiny book. You go through it really fast. Couple hours, listen. Okay, let's get back to it. We'll shortlist them. I'm reading a book on ancient Mesopotamian right now to change the tone and time periods. Yeah. But yeah, they're difficult reads. Iron Curtain, it'll give you an idea also of the kind of training that Putin received. And yeah, Bloodlens does things like cover the different massacres and the largest man-made famine, which was the famine imposed on the Ukrainian people. I mean, if I could have chosen between a 34 times convicted felon who's caused innumerable people to lose everything, including their homes, jobs, and a prosecution lawyer who puts people like that in jail and holds them accountable, not even going into the who or the context. Yeah. Closed borders? No, absolutely not. Free trade. Maybe not fully free, but free-ish trade across borders. Don't want to close the border with the U.S. We'd lose too much. But a lot of Canadians are just not buying American products. You talk about illegal aliens. I don't like that term because they're human beings too. And they're human beings who are trying to get away from terrible stuff. And yeah, it is technically stolen land. Good point. But I mean, you do have an issue with borders being too porous. I'm not against the idea of your border being less porous to people. In that, more controls at the border, but then giving people who are already there a pathway to citizenship because they're paying taxes and not receiving services. They are paying, I don't remember the number. It's something like 80 or 90 billion dollars in taxes undocumented immigrants pay, and they don't receive medical coverage. They don't receive a whole bunch of things. You're living in Central Park, but you love to debate liberals. Absolutely. So it's a balancing act that should be looked into as a balancing act, in that you want to have better controls for who's coming in and how long they stay, but also not just boot out the people who've been there for decades and are paying taxes and not receiving the services that citizens receive. It used to be much easier to become a citizen of the US, and half of the problem with liberal-ish. We're a little further left. Social democrat type, Bernie-ish. It is a debate. What is your evidence? Okay. Illegal Aliens is a bootleg copy of the 1979 movie series. Nice. So yeah, better controls at the border, yes, but give people a way to become citizens, especially if they've been paying into the economy for so long. They ought to have equal status and be treated just the same. And by the way, your Constitution talks about people in the country, not citizens having rights. People, not citizens. Go and check the especially when they talk about rights, it's about people, not citizens. So undocumented folk should have more rights than they're getting right now. They should not be being treated as badly and like atrociously. Like I have a friend through here who she and her parents are afraid to go out much, even though her parents are legal citizens. That does not protect them anymore because of the big, terrible bill. You're for closed borders, support abortion, but not too late. Yeah. Less taxes on the lower classes, more taxes on the rich. The rich, you just tax them a little bit, so little they don't notice, but it would make a huge difference to both of our countries. You hate socialism. You hate what you've been told is socialism, to be fair. And you agree not to kick out all the aliens, only the criminals. Yeah, but the problem right now is that it's not the criminals that are being taken out. It's that there's been quotas have been set to get rid of people. So you're getting nannies arrested. You're getting construction guys who just trying to get work at Home Depots getting arrested. You're having the people who pick your food getting arrested. I was speaking with someone who knows a farmer who lost almost all of their employees in a raid, and then had to somehow rehire a whole bunch of people to pick food. And this is not the time you want people not to be there to pick food, because the food will go bad if it doesn't get picked on time. I used to work in a winery, I know. No socialism, no fire departments, no schools, no healthcare at all. Yeah, it's social democracy. It's, or as Jennifer was saying on High Hip News, talking about regulated capitalism. So like a happy medium, like you don't want pure communism, even though technically pure communism only lasted for a couple of weeks before Lenin took over and it became authoritarianism, masking itself as communism. So we all have these associations between communism and Russia and badness, even though technically communism was like small groups of people who would get together and vote, and then the resulting vote would get together with other people, and then they would vote. And so it's very much direct democracy is what communism actually is. But like I said, it only lasted a few weeks before Lenin came in and took over and made it an authoritarian state. Yeah, if they're kicking out the criminals, can they start at the top and work down? Yeah, I know, right? You use the fact that you is unique in comparison to most other country where one of their raison d'etre, the reason for being, is welcoming foreigners. Yeah, the whole country was built and continues to be built on top of them. You go to New York City, it's a melting pot. I'm from Montreal, it's a melting pot. I'm used to that. It's normal. I'm living in a small town that up until a few years ago was wall-to-wall white, and it was culture shock. But those white people didn't have anything to fear from the immigrants that are now coming in. All they're doing is, taking care of, you can't wait till Trump gets out of office, but not Kamala Newsom. Yeah, I don't think so. Or Bernie, someone like DeSantis or Shapiro from Pennsylvania who's liberal. I wouldn't go with DeSantis. He's not that great, really. We just remember him as being better than Trump in retrospect. Shapiro's not bad. I'm kind of liking the governor of Illinois. What's his name? Pritzker. He's no nonsense. He tells Trump he can fuck the hell off. I was like, yes. Excuse me, YouTube output. That was a quote. But yeah, the fact that citizens are getting picked up on the streets because they're brown, even if they have their passport on them, the passports are not necessarily being believed. But the mere fact that so many people around on the streets, regular people, are doing what they can to protect complete strangers from ICE raids is heartening. The blue wave we saw last night is heartening. Like a Mamdani, someone who can talk to young people, who means what they say about, taking care of the working class who've been screwed lately since the 80s, essentially. A lot of people don't realize that the Communist Manifesto was authored by Marx and Engels, two Germans. Yeah. And they were in England at the time when they wrote it, or at least they discussed it. And Germans are associated with the Red Scare. I know, Germans are not associated with the Red Scare at all. The Communist Manifesto is not what most people think it is. Steve Boots, who used to work here, used to call himself communist. I wouldn't go that far. I'm definitely a social democrat. I'm all for the working class. I'm all for getting our own back, because we've been screwed over and over and over again since the 80s. You're against diversity, less taxes, no teaching. Don't be against diversity. That's just a bullshit. I mean, again, excuse my language. You go to the big cities, diversity just exists. What doesn't exist necessarily is diversity at the top. Right now, the people in the White House, they are pretty much wall-to-wall white. And those females that are there are highly made up, and faces... the work that gets done on their faces is just... As a Ukrainian, you're contributing to the diversity of your country. Yeah, I'm diverse in myself. I am half Polish, and half of that are the Goral, the mountain people in the south of Poland. I am built bigger than most people because of that. My dad was a big guy. And on the other side, I'm a blend of Irish and Scottish, but even within there, a whole bunch of that Scottish are Germans who emigrated from Germany in like the 1500s and went to Scotland to become traders in there. And yeah, I have I have background in Ireland. I could go far enough back, and I found Dutch traders. Multiculturalism, diversity has been around for a freaking long time, okay? You don't want to be against it. Because it just is. Philly Alex, I'm talking about people who get into colleges and get jobs that are not qualified. Yeah, that is not really as bad as you think. Yes, I'm not going to debate that it doesn't happen, but to say that because a couple of people get jobs that they don't deserve, that we should get rid of the entire diversity. I mean, it's all about equity. Think of it less of diversity and about equity. So that, if you have 30% of the population in less than 1% of the jobs, you've got a problem. You really do. And it's not because those 30% of the people are less, are somehow lesser, right? No one getting a job that's unqualified over a person that's qualified just because they tick a box. Everybody's still got to go through the job interviews. People still have biases going through the job interviews. That's the reason for the DEI in the first place, was to make, you've got white executives looking at a whole bunch of resumes of white people. You want some other types of people in there, just because, the context this person might have mainly are white people. So somehow that's what, is in the pile. You've got to mix things up a little bit to make sure that qualified people of color are employed to the same degree that people who are white are employed, right? People enroll in these colleges are active victims and get stuck with debt and a useless degree. I can't disagree. The cost of colleges in the States is exorbitant, just absolutely exorbitant. And you now need that little paper for stupid jobs that you shouldn't require it for. My background is in psychology and neuroscience, and specifically in memory, and then I worked in pain research before life took me away from that career. And my new career was in speech therapy, working with little kids. All sorts of backgrounds, all sorts of diversity of neurodiversity. People with ADHD, autism, all different trauma, all different types of brain chemistries that I had to work with. And the fact that I was there helping them to give them that leg up meant they would do better in life later. And I love that. But when you're working with little kids, you're not going to be like, oh, I'm not going to give this person less time because they look different. No, they're little kids. They're all little kids. I treat them equally. But someone who's grown up, gone to school with only white people, he can only have white contacts. So you need a program to put some diverse names in the pile. Anyway, the people, most of them return to their country of origin and pay off the debt they accrued. I wouldn't say that. I would say a lot of people do stay in the U.S. Not everyone, but the fact that you guys are seen as having these amazing schools shouldn't be a problem. And foreign students are what help pay for their tuition is what help pay for a lot of others. But in Canada, like I'm from Quebec, where our tuition is even lower than the rest of Canada. And that's how we saw things. It's like foreign students were there because their tuition was higher. It helped pay the way for the rest of us who had lesser tuitions to pay. It's flip the script a little bit sometimes, Instead of saying these people, there's this wrong and this wrong and this wrong, turn it upside down and look at it a different way. You went to a city school and you could tell you who did most of the trouble. So can I. But, well, that's because one person did a lot of the trouble and he was not African Canadian. His family were, well, he was African Canadian. His family were from Africa. But he was just a bully. I don't see him as being a black bully. He was just a bully. And he was in charge of the jocks, a lot of whom were Italians, but they were the jocks. The bigger guys were getting led around by this little guy. It was a whole thing. The little guy's a lawyer now. If ever he gives me, I'm going to be like, you want me to tell the bar association about what you got up to in high school? But we had kids bust in from a poorer area, so we did the whole busing thing too. Most of them were African Canadians, and they didn't mix so much with us, but that wasn't a problem. It was just a source of diversity. And then when we had the variety show, we had a kick-ass show because of these guys' content. It wasn't a bad thing to have this diversity in our school. There's a rule: don't have kids before marriage, finish college, and don't get neck tattoos. You should just succeed in getting a job. Yeah, if you're white and male. If you're female, you have the whole questions that are illegal about whether or not you're planning on having a family. And there's that whole balancing act. If you do decide to have a family, what happens? But there's always that they look at you different because you could get pregnant, whereas a man can't. Yeah. Don't have kids before marriage. My brother and his partner were both married, are both divorced, and have no intention of getting married again unless absolutely necessary, and have a kid. They are committed to each other. I have no issues with that. Technically, they're having kids after marriage. Neck tattoo, I kind of agree with you there on the no visibles. I finished university, but I had an abusive ex who didn't want me to continue in research and wanted me to make money. So I was on unemployment for 2 years, and 2 years out of academia, you're done. So face tattoos, yeah, it's a personal preference. If you don't like them, don't get them. Same thing with abortion. If you don't like one, don't get one when it comes up. It's about choice. It's all about your, personal choice and freedom. You guys are all about freedom. Freedom to make choices. Nobody should be out there saying you should have kids after marriage. You should do this, you should do that. You shouldn't, don't tell me not to have an abortion. It hasn't come up, but if it does and I need one, I'll get one. Because I can. I won't be happy about it, but I'd get one if necessary. Like right now with my long COVID, I don't need that kind of hormonal balance. Kidding me? I don't need that. Yeah, don't want gay marriage? Don't get gay married. But don't tell others that they can't. Exactly. Ad starting in 3 minutes. Oh my goodness, we're having such a conversation. We're barely getting forward at the debate. Yeah, not everyone would make the same choices. So, I know people that have had to get abortions. They didn't like it, but they did that, and it was a good choice for them, for their lives overall. But it's, I don't like those, religious types who are like, don't do this, don't do that, or do this, do that. Whatever happened to freedom? Exactly. I respect your opinions and a respectful conversation. You've got different opinions. I've got different opinions. We're allowed. But we shouldn't ever get to the point where we can't have a conversation, because we get to that point, that's when you start seeing political violence. And political violence has been on the rise in the US. And my family came out worse for political violence in Quebec, in the French-speaking province of Canada, in the 60s than the last time we had political violence on the rise. My grandfather's name is in the museum next to the first remote bomb disposal vehicle, because my grandfather was the one who disassembled the bombs or safely exploded them when they were being placed in mailboxes across my city. And on one day, he took apart 2, and the third one, he got there, so only a few seconds left on the clock. Told everyone to get back, but asked for a piece of string because he was going to try and take care of it anyway, because he was right next to a school, right next to an elementary school. A mailbox next to an elementary school, and they put a bomb in there. Kids could have gotten. And my dad got pulled out of school when he was 15 and told by the base commander that his father was dead. And for a few minutes, they were talking about next steps until the base commander got a phone call saying that they'd sent him to a different hospital, one with a trauma unit, one that probably saved his life. No, definitely saved his life. But he was left, when this whole thing was over language, the French people who spoke French, giving them more rights in this They were asking for more rights in Canada, be treated like equals, because at the time they were not. And it was over language, and my grandfather lost the ability to speak because of that bomb. It paralyzed his right side, took his left hand. He got a prosthetic, learned how to paint. But I only met him when I was a little kid, little baby, and they wanted to wait till I was older for me to meet my own grandfather. And he got sick and died before then. My grandfather was a hero multiple times over in his life. This is just one of the stories. So, yeah, my dad would tell separatist jokes to separatists, and they would laugh, and he would laugh, and they would have no idea of my dad's trauma. And when I got married, my mother-in-law's best friend dated a member of the cell who set that bomb. And that's where the ad starts. Yeah. See if I can't find... Who won a green card lottery in 1992. Oh, my goodness. That's different. What am I doing? I'm doing... Nope. Where's the... Just getting that. And then hide that. All right, and everyone's back from... So yeah. I thought I'd just put this up. The name is covered, but my grandfather hit the New York Times cover. Yeah, Philly Alex, what about me? I've got long COVID just because I got coughed on when I was at work. Because The kids I worked with couldn't wear masks. I got the long COVID. It's been 3 years now. I've been off for almost the whole 3 years. I tried going back part-time, and that was what made things worse, much, much worse for me. And I'm on a fixed income that's not enough to cover rent and anything else. So rents, last I checked a couple of years ago, with $1,400 for a single, like a studio, a one-bedroom, a one-room apartment, $1,400 a month. It's probably more like $1,500 now, and that's what I get total from the government. Did I get vaccinated? Yes. Yes, I got vaccinated several times. And yeah. One of the times I got vaccinated was while I had long COVID, and I got much sicker afterwards. So half of people with long COVID, the vaccine actually helps them get better, and the other half, it can make things worse. And because I had gotten worse 3 weeks or so after the vaccine, we can't be sure whether or not it was the vaccine that made me worse or other things. I did have, there were some other things that could have made it worse. But because we can't rule it out, I can't get any more vaccines. So I have to max everywhere I go. I cannot get COVID again. Last time I got COVID, they had to give me the expensive, for you guys, I got an IV for several days in a straight of the monoclonal antibodies to help me get over it, because my nervous system was getting more and more screwed up. I have a tremor in my hand, and by day 4 of the injection, I could barely walk. And the thing made me better. So, yes, I got vaccinated. Yes, I'm aware that in some very rare cases, you can get long COVID-like symptoms from the vaccine, but it's much rarer, whereas opposed to when you get sick with COVID, you have run a 1 in 10 chance of getting long COVID, and 1 in 4 of those people who get long COVID get it as badly as I did. So every time you get sick, you run the risk. And getting the vaccine, you have a far, far lower chance of getting long COVID-like symptoms than you have from the actual virus itself. Do any of your people at work as hard as you for the same? Are any of them struggling for rent, groceries, childcare, healthcare, while you do not? Yeah. Do you think healthcare is a human right? We do in Canada. We think everybody should get treated if they're sick. And as a result of treating everyone when they're sick, we get them when they're less sick, and it costs the system, we pay less than half of what you guys pay per capita, so per head in the US in terms of medical care. Less than half, because we ensure everybody has it as a human right. There was a time when you had to pay your local firemen regularly, and if you didn't pay them and your house caught fire, they didn't show up. And because of issues that are surrounding that, it became a municipal service paid for by your city, so that everybody could equally have access to firefighters. There's a reason, and that's socialism. That's all socialism is going, okay, there's some things that we can't trust capitalism with, because you really shouldn't have profits with these things. Things like There shouldn't be profit when it comes to healthcare. There shouldn't be profit when it comes to children's education. So we made it something that we collectively paid for. Some things are for the collective good. Anyway, enough with looking at my grandfather getting blown to heck. Ah, dang it. Different browser. Urgh. Oh, good. Same size. So far, for Alex, these questions are really for you. I'm trying to understand your point of view, trying to understand why you believe the things that you do. It's important to have these conversations. Apparently. So, yeah. Some things just are for the common good. And everybody in Canada can see how broken the U.S. healthcare system is. It's broken. And it isn't right that people should die from treatable illnesses. It just is. That's the way it is. If, you invested more in hospitals, you had more beds per person, then when you have something like COVID run rampant through the population and kill millions of people, it might not have killed millions of people. It might not have overwhelmed the system if we'd put more into the healthcare. You guys, it's profit issues. For us, we're not funding enough. We've been cutting funding. It's too easy to cut funding. Find it a little for your friend over here and a little for this project over here. In Quebec, initially, taxes on cigarettes were supposed to pay for healthcare. That, again, fund got whittled away. But why shouldn't we tax the super, super rich on the wealth that they never, ever in a million years need or will touch or will even notice? We tax a little bit of that. That suddenly would bring in huge sources of income to both of our governments, and we'd be able to pay for these things fully. Anyway, we were watching a thing.
Honorable Minister of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we are a nation of builders. We're building it for young people. We have the best net to GDP ratio in the G7. We are building affordable homes. We're investing in trains and hospitals. We're creating 100,000 new summer jobs. We are investing in entrepreneurs. Why, Mr. Speaker? This is a budget of resilience. This is a budget of strength. This is a budget of hope. Why don't the Conservatives join us and build Canada strong?
The honourable member for Riding Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister just delivered.
Oh, I've done that the whole time. Elemental says, personally, I think there isn't a single person out there undeserving of food, shelter, healthcare, education, safety, a clean world, and freedom from exploitation by others for greed or profit, and freedom from bullying. That's what I want for myself, and everyone should get that. I should be paying the same as what the owner gets. You shouldn't be paid the same necessarily as what the owner gets, but there was a point where there was a standard at the person at the top didn't make more than 100 times the person at the bottom. Right now, it's like 10,000 times, if not more, in a lot of places. So, yeah, the owner should be paid more, but not a ton more. And right now, the disparity's just been getting worse and worse and worse, just because there isn't motivation for people out there to do otherwise. I've heard proposed an idea of putting workers when you have a board, instead of having the whole board be full of rich people, probably rich white people, you have maybe 30% of the members be actual workers at that company. so that the people for whom decisions are going to affect get a chance to actually have a say. Maybe change some minds. If you have that, suddenly, we're not talking getting rid of capitalism, just regulating it a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Figuring out where the problems are that have led to this wealth disparity and tweaking them. Right? Just a little bit here and a little bit there. Like, my background's in psychology. I initially started observing politics because it fascinated me to try and figure out people's motivations. And having watched people's motivations for the last 15 years, I agree with your view in capitalism, but capitalism, best thing that ever happened to America? I wouldn't go that far. But it's a better system than the authoritarian version of communism that was in Russia. For sure. Better than the authoritarian communism that happened under the Iron Curtain in Eastern Europe. For sure. Oh, Applin. I like Applin. It's cute. Oh. Hey Siri, turn on plant light. So yeah, what's a living wage? What amount of money can people get to ensure that they can afford their groceries, they can afford their rent, they can afford the basics in life without having to choose between shelter and food? Minimum $7.50. Yeah, you get paid $28 an hour. Living wage in the States is somewhere between $15 and $20 an hour. And minimum wage has not changed in well over a decade. Here in Ontario and specifically, minimum wage is tied to inflation. So it just goes up automatically. No one needs to make decisions about it. You just need one law to boost your minimum wage to something that's a livable wage, and then tie it to inflation, and then never have to worry about it again. Is $28 an hour enough to afford apartment, health insurance, and food for a family? Yeah. Ooh, plain power, you got the Applin. I don't think she's saying about you're a bad boss. Just trying to put some stuff into perspective is all. Yeah, you. A bad boss is one that ignores the needs of their workers. Yeah. Yeah. Truly bad bosses are the authoritarian types. The types that, yell at you and dress you like, that's your bad boss. But yes, ignoring the needs of all of your workers. Yeah, you've got to pay attention to everybody below you. Make sure that they're doing okay. They will work harder for you if they don't have to worry about, the cost of childcare, groceries, rent, all of that. If, having been a worker my entire life, the places I worked the hardest for were the ones that had my back. The last place I worked at, I did not have my back. My back was not held. I worked for my clients. That was what motivated me. The place before I worked at a school board, they completely had my back. They were 100% with me. Fantastic bosses. Also, I was paid a living wage. Almost. And I had benefits so that my medication was covered. Bad bosses are unwilling to do the jobs they say others must do, and far less than they themselves would expect to be paid to do it. A bad boss makes profits more important than people. Well, that's what's wrong with the system right now, as it is profits drive everything in terms of corporations. That's why having a couple workers on the board to help influence decisions that affect them is my idea. It's not getting rid of capitalism. And because the other problem is, corporations are responsible to their shareholders to give them out dividends, right? So they're cutting wages of employees in order to pay those dividends. It's not okay. It's not okay. America is run by small businesses. No, it's not. Right now, no. It's very much run by the corporations. Small businesses are there, yes, but they're not the ones running the show. I mean, Amazon Web Services just had a whole bunch of people cut from their... Am I getting 40,000 wrong? We'll say 20,000 because I'm not sure the 40,000, I'm getting mixed up with something else. But it just had, Amazon Web Services just had 20K people cut from... And Amazon Web Services runs this website. It runs Netflix. It runs so many things. It is the internet. Yeah, there are small businesses on the internet, but without Amazon. So, yeah, right now, I wish it was run by small businesses. You go to Italy, Italy is run by small businesses. You'll see the difference right away. All right, let's keep going on this thing.
Delivered one of the most expensive budgets in Canadian history. He promised fiscal responsibility during the last election, but Canadians got a staggering $80 billion deficit instead. That's $80 billion in new debt that will drive up the cost of food, housing, and everything that Canadians buy. After hearing all this talk about change, Canadians are left wondering one thing. How is this Prime Minister's out-of-control spending any different than Justin Trudeau's?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Canadians across this country empowered us in the last election, and now we're empowering them in Budget 2025. A budget that will make generational investments to create the strongest economy in the G7. That's exactly what we're doing. We're building major infrastructure, homes, and industries. We're protecting our communities, borders, and way of life. And we're empowering Canadians with better careers, strong public services, and more affordable life. We know a strong country can be even stronger, but it takes vision and leadership. It's too bad the Conservatives have neither.
The Honourable Member for Riding Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister isn't investing. He's spending on the backs of future generations. In fact, because of his reckless spending spree, Canadians will be paying over $55 billion a year in interest alone to service the debt. That's more money spent on interest payments than on health care transfers to help patients. Does the Prime Minister realize that his spending is lining the pockets of his banker and bondholder friends instead of funding our doctors and nurses?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member.
Oh man, yeah, I'm so tired too. Neuropunk nonsense. This is... I know we keep stopping and chatting, but it does feel like this debate is going on forever. You got to go for now, water packs. Hope everyone has a great day. You too. Take care of yourself, water packs. Hope to see you again soon. Whether I be doing some chill gaming or doing more of this. Tomorrow I can't be on quite as early just because I have my group therapy. But I could probably be on between 3 and 4, and maybe we can cover question period. Thursday's question period is supposed to be when the Prime Minister is there, but he's there today. So yeah, take care of yourself. Hope to see you again soon. This has been a fun conversation. Yeah, I mean, we're having a debate. That's fine. But everyone's respecting everyone else. And it's about policy, which is we should be. I get so sick of politics that is just talking points. It's lazy. What's up, buddy? Want to say hi? No? They're getting hungry. Hi. No, you don't lick my lips. Just look at there. There's a good girl. Good girl looking at the camera. Yeah, the camera's right there. Right there. Right there. You look right there. Good girl. Good girl. I said don't lick the lips. Gah. Gross. Gross. So yeah, if you guys might have just noticed, I was just putting on some lip gloss, and you might have noticed weirdness with the lips. I do have some very minor AI on my camera, just so that I don't have to put on makeup. Yeah, just so I don't have to put on makeup. Very basic AI though. Do we continue? Yeah, we continue, because Liz May gets to speak later. Other people bad. Slogan. Noun the verb. Or verb the noun. Which is more like verb determinative. I don't remember what that is. I love Liz May so much. Yeah, and she does speak later. I did see that. So... let's keep going.
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Prime Minister doesn't only have a vision for what this country is now, but what it is going to be. That's why he has assigned multiple ministries to work on transforming healthcare in those critical spaces in the north, spaces that always lack investment on this side of the house.
They do need
spaces that
very
never
much.
seen the light of day with having support on this side of the house. We're inviting them to finally
Having been up
come
there,
into
yes.
those spaces, support Indigenous people with those critical services.
Still going.
It is something that
Still
we know
going,
all
Morgan.
voters
You keep
are
keep getting distracted by conversations.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable-Lot-Binière.
Mégantic.
A costly budget that will make life even more costly for Canadian families. With the budget he tabled yesterday, the Prime Minister will go down in history as the biggest spender in Canadian history. Almost $80 billion in deficits. He promised to spend less, but he's spending $90 billion more. That's $5,400 per family, Mr. Speaker. And you know what? All
I'm
that
really
money
starting to
comes
see
straight
why
out
Steve
of
had,
Canadians'
like,
pockets.
counters
Why
of
has
stuff.
the Prime Minister
How many people
chosen to
mentioned
drive
Trudeau?
up the cost of
How many
food
people
even
mentioned
further
expense?
with the most inflationary budget in our history? The Honourable Minister. Canada has a AAA credit rating and the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7.
Because under Liberal governments, we pay off our debts.
Fiscal position. But what's in the budget? We're doubling housing. We're investing in infrastructure. We're investing. We're raising the salaries of our CAF members higher. It's unprecedented. We've cut taxes for 22 million Canadians. That's what's in the budget, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud of it.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Speaker, my riding of Halifax is home to a thriving defence sector with more than 10,000 Canadian Armed Forces members. I know that many of my constituents, including those in uniform, watched yesterday as the Minister of Finance tabled Budget 2025. Can the Minister of National Defence speak to the new defence investments Canada is making?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Speaker, through Budget 2025, we're investing over $81 billion over the next 5 years to rebuild, rearm, and reinvest in our Canadian Armed Forces. This is a generational investment in defence infrastructure, in capabilities, in training, and of course, in our incredible personnel. From Halifax to Latvia, Mr. Speaker, when the brave men and women of the CAF answer the call to serve, they know we've got their backs, and they know it's time to build Canada strong.
The Honourable Member for Newtecumseg-Willenbury.
Costly budget of broken promises is a disastrous attempt to put out the fire they started. Not only is the Prime Minister fueling inflation with the largest regular budget deficit in Canadian history,
we're building St. John's strong, Etobicoke strong, Vancouver strong, Halifax strong, Fredericton strong, Winnipeg strong, Bradford strong, Mr. Speaker, city by city, community by community, for our young people, for Canadians. Through Budget 2025, we're building roads, bridges, hospitals, water systems, community centres, homes that Canadians need, major projects in the national interest, Mr. Speaker. We're doing it with Canadian steel, Canadian lumber, and Canadian union workers at
The honourable member for New Tecumseh-Gwillimbury.
In this mess because of 10
It
years
does sound like a
of
lot of
liberal
yapping.
deficits and taxes. Now this costly budget will make things
I'm hesitant to pause
by
it.
adding $10 million to our debt every
chatted so
hour.
much.
It's like cranking up the furnace and leaving the windows open, Mr. Speaker. Canada is the only G7 country where food inflation has gone up 4 months in a row. And by increasing the industrial carbon tax and driving up inflation, this budget will only raise prices higher. Why is this Prime Minister so intent on making life unaffordable for Canadian families?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Rural Development.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Speaker. I ask the Conservatives to join the rest of the country and love our country. I love Canada, Mr. Speaker. They all seem to call Canada down. On this side of the Assembly, we are marketing Canada, something you guys should do. On this side of the aisle, we are defending Canada, Mr. Speaker.
We're verbing the nouns. I don't like it. We're verbing the nouns again. But it's the Liberals now doing the verbing the nouns.
You guys should do as well. At the end of the day, we're building, you're tearing down Canada. Shame on you. Let's get on the same page. Canadians deserve that, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister's costly budget is full of broken promises and is the most expensive in Canadian history. It has the largest deficit in history outside of COVID. It will drive up the cost of food, housing, and everything else that Canadians buy. Liberals had a chance to lower food costs for Canadians, but they chose to make food more expensive by increasing the industrial carbon tax, driving the cost of fertilizer and farm equipment. Why is this Prime Minister increasing the industrial carbon tax and making food more expensive for Canadians?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Seniors.
They will be voting against food in schools for children, voting against an income tax cut for Canadians, voting against $75 million in apprenticeship training, voting against a refundable tax credit for personal support workers, voting against $45 million in funding to address violence against women, and voting against crucial supports for seniors like old age security. Canadians want to know, who are these Conservatives fighting for? Because it certainly isn't them.
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
We're going to be voting against adding an additional $300 billion in debt for our future generations. Once said the food wholesale prices have increased in Canada versus the U.S. and that the one factor driving this is the industrial carbon tax. He also said that he's deeply concerned and expects that food inflation will continue to be a problem moving forward. Experts are warning that food prices will continue skyrocketing. So I ask again, Mr. Speaker, why is this Prime Minister increasing the industrial carbon tax and making food more expensive for all Canadians?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Children and Youth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our budget delivers historic investments to build Canada strong. This means strong families and strong communities from coast to coast to coast. That includes supports for youth in building skills to help them find and access high-paying careers. We are investing in training and supports for 20,000 youth facing employment barriers. We are investing in an additional 24,000 Canada Summer Jobs opportunities this coming year, co-ops, internships, apprenticeship opportunities for over 55,000 post-secondary students. Canada's new government has a plan to invest in youth. I encourage members
Broken promises
to
is
support
an
this
estimation.
plan
It's
and
probably
to vote for the budget.
more than
Thank you,
that.
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable
At this point, we might as well start
member
from
for
here.
Hastings, Lennox and Addington, Tyendinaga.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday Canadians got a taste of one of the greatest sins a government can commit: overpromise and under-deliver.
That's right.
The Prime Minister promised a generational and transformational budget crafted by the so-called master of monetary policy. Instead of reducing the deficit and showing fiscal discipline, he produced one of the costliest budget deficits in our nation's history. Rather than providing relief to Canadians by reducing the industrial carbon tax, he chose to increase it. Mr. Speaker, why is the Prime Minister raising the industrial carbon tax and making food even more expensive for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This budget is about focusing on youth. Our government is investing in youth, particularly Indigenous youth. Investments like in Inuit Nunagat University. It'll be a landmark step forward for education and reconciliation in Canada. It'll strengthen local economies, build capacity in the north, and support Inuit-led research. We hope the members opposite will support this initiative and vote for the budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington,
Tyendinaga.
Dr. Sylvain Charlebois, food professor, has quoted, "That's been our concern from day one. The gap between wholesale prices in Canada versus the U.S. food wholesale prices have actually increased, and we believe that one factor driving this is the carbon tax. It doesn't take a central banker to figure out that eliminating the industrial carbon tax will help lower food prices. Mr. Speaker, why is the Prime Minister choosing to raise the industrial carbon tax when so many Canadians can barely afford groceries?"
Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Climate Institute most recent research shows industrial carbon pricing have essentially no cost on groceries. In the face of uncertainty, Canadians are going to build the future we want to build for ourselves. As we work for build the strongest economy in the G7, Mr. Speaker, our new government is helping our agriculture, fish, and seafood sectors adapt and respond to the economic challenges. This includes a new trade diversification strategy and $75 million of agri-marketing. I suggest they dig out their red and white sweaters and get them on and get on the bus.
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, this budget proves one thing. The Liberals don't understand how real Canadians live. Every dollar this government
Monopolies
spends comes
exactly.
straight
It's
out
a
of Canadians'
monopolies
pockets.
causing grocery
And
prices to
under
go up.
this Prime Minister,
There's one
everything
easy way to
costs
fix it.
more. After years of inflation and higher taxes, they've chosen to raise the industrial carbon tax. That means higher prices at the checkout line. Why is this Prime Minister increasing the industrial carbon tax and making food more expensive?
Good question. The Honourable Secretary of State for Labour.
Mr. Speaker, when we invest in unions in Windsor, we all win. Mr. Speaker, and we are empowering unions. We're empowering unions in Windsor. We're empowering unions across the country to train our young people, because in Budget 2025, we invested that we're meeting our campaign commitment to double the Union Training Innovation Program, $75 million to help young people train to build Canada with Canadian lumber, Canadian steel, and Canadian unionized workers, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have tabled the most expensive budget with the biggest deficit in the country's history outside of the pandemic. This cost of this Liberal budget will drive up the price of food, and it's an irresponsible attack on our food security. Meanwhile, over 2 million Canadians are using food banks, and that will skyrocket with a deficit of nearly $80 billion. Mr. Speaker, when will the Prime Minister stop waging war on farmers and finally come up with a real plan to lower food prices? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I have to admit I'm a bit surprised by the question from the member from the Conservative Party, because when she was a member of the Liberal Party in Quebec City, she voted in favor of putting a price on carbon. And so she'll be very relieved to learn that the industrial carbon price doesn't apply in Quebec, because Quebec has its own system.
Yeah.
So it's just hypocrisy coming from the other side of the House. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis.
Oh, yeah. So the 0.0002% carbon tax is why your groceries went up 80% in 5 years. Yeah, right? You want to go to the house and teach them all some basic math. Sort of like, what's her name? Katie... No. What's the name of the American... I can't remember if she's a senator or a congressperson. But, like, she brings the whiteboard and does the math right there. Oh, we need someone like that. Except we can't have props.
While Canadians tighten their belts, this government keeps on spending recklessly. They've just added $90 billion in spending, or $5,400 per household. That's less money. This is going to affect people in Charlevoix. According to Sylvain Charlebois, the gap between wholesale food prices in Canada and the U.S. has grown, and the carbon tax is a major factor. Canada is the only G7 country to have had 4 consecutive months of rising food inflation. Why is the Prime Minister raising the industrial carbon tax and making food more expensive for everyone? The Honourable Minister. I'll repeat what the Prime Minister said. So that about the impact of the industrial carbon tax on food prices, it's virtually zero. And my colleague talked about conservative hypocrisy when it comes to
16.
Food security. This is just another one of their inconsistencies. When she was in Quebec City, they did put a price on carbon, and it didn't stop there. Every day they vote against our initiatives to help families, whether it's food school programs, the child tax benefit, and so we will do without any lessons from the other side. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Canadians rely on strong and reliable infrastructure every day, from safe roads and bridges to clean drinking water and modern public facilities. They expect the government to build, protect, and strengthen communities through historic investments. Can the Minister inform the House of the generational infrastructure investment planned in Budget 2025? The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. Canadians need strong, resilient communities supported by reliable infrastructure. Budget 2025 launches the Building Strong Communities Fund, a historic $51 billion investment to deliver modern infrastructure, enable new housing development, and strengthen communities across the country. Together with our partners, we will deliver the infrastructure Canadians rely on every day.
The Supreme Court has ruled that a mere 1-year mandatory prison sentence for the heinous crime of possessing child sexual abuse and exploitation material is cruel and unusual punishment. The criminals in this case possess materials depicting evil acts against children as young as 3 years old. Conservatives believe it is outrageous that these types of child predators could walk free with less than a year in prison. This court decision must be overturned using the notwithstanding clause, but the Liberals have refused to act.
No,
Why are they more concerned with protecting the rights of these vile predators than the rights of these innocent victims?
Stop goading them into it. You should not be using the notwithstanding clause.
Mr. Speaker, let me be unequivocal. Child abusers are heinous criminals and should be treated as such by Canada's criminal laws. We will be moving forward with legislative solutions that will give clear directions to the courts to ensure that serious crimes are met with serious penalties. If the Conservatives want not only to ask questions in the House, but actually achieve progress on this file, they can stop the obstruction on the Strong Borders Act, which is meant to give powers to law enforcement to actually stop child abuse that we know is happening. It's one thing to talk in the House, it's another thing to cast a vote in a way that will make a difference. I invite them to join the cause.
Elemental says CESA material. How are they going to change the definition to anyone with any supposed image, including parents who have taken a photo of their baby in a bath? Yeah. You got it. I mean, at the same time, I knew someone who my brother knew very, very well, who turned out to be into kitty porn and went to jail for it. I don't know how long he was in jail, but he deserved that sentence. But, oh, yeah. It's got to be enough to put away the people who are doing bad stuff, but not so bad that it doesn't punish parents. I mean, I know someone who was accused by his ex-wife of bad touching his daughter in the bath. And she'd made that accusation knowing full well it was a lie, only to get more, only to get to try and screw him out of time with his daughter, with the courts. That's all. She just made up these lies. So it's like, you got to make sure that someone like that is not going to get prosecuted for something he didn't do. Like, this is such a balancing act.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Criminals who possess child sexual abuse and exploitation material deserve lengthy prison sentences.
Exactly.
They cause
Mandatory minimums
unimaginable
are
suffering
unconstitutional
and
for
harm
a reason.
to innocent children. These precious
They
kids
don't work
will
in the
carry the
States.
scars of what was done to them for the rest of their lives. Conservatives and Canadians are calling on the government to invoke the notwithstanding clause and overturn this appalling Supreme Court ruling immediately.
Stop.
The Liberals refuse to do so. Why are the Liberals more concerned with protecting the rights of guilty pedophiles than standing up for the rights of innocent children?
Mandatory minimums are unconstitutional for a reason.
The
Honourable
Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, we're going to
False
be bringing
reports
forth
beyond a reasonable doubt
legislation
should
that is
honestly
going
be
to
understand.
address this particular issue. But I would like to ask why the Conservatives have been against every measure that we have put forward to protect our children, Mr. Speaker. We brought an online harms legislation. They voted against it. We brought lawful access tools for law enforcement. They are against it. Mr. Speaker, why are they protecting child abusers?
Nicely done.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Two men pleaded guilty to having hundreds of images of innocent children. They were sexually abused. They were exploited. They were tortured.
Elemental says mandatory minimum for convicted crimes committed with a firearm is important. Yes. If 10 years is the minimum, pleading down for guilt on the others should not be allowed. Yeah. Ooh, there's a Ghastly. You're such good dogs. Yes, you guys see that? My mom and dad. My singing Hamish, the mom and the dad, are curled up next to me. It's like on the arm of the chair and on my thigh and curled up as close as they possibly can to each other. It's so cute. I don't know where my third one is.
The Supreme Court made a decision that a one-year jail sentence was too harsh. Conservatives vehemently disagree with this decision. The Liberals have an opportunity to use the notwithstanding clause and take a stand for innocent children. Why is this government concerned with protecting the rights of pedophiles instead of standing up for those children?
Being disingenuous.
The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, I have been speaking to lots of families that have been victims of...
Hey, Chief, nice to see you. You only mentioned the false reports as you were almost handed to such a situation. Yeah. False reports have to be... False reports of any crime need to be punished. If you make a false report of a crime, then you should suffer the consequences of what you were doing. Right? Current court systems, they take the easy guilty plea conviction when they drop the firearm charges. Yeah.
Of crimes.
That's right.
And Mr. Speaker, many have been asking for online harms legislation. We brought legislation like that in this House. And that member, Mr. Speaker, was active in voting against it and made sure that that didn't pass in this House. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, law enforcement is also asking for tools to catch predators. But the Conservatives, guess what, are against it, Mr. Speaker. So why are they so concerned about the privacy rights of criminals instead of protecting our children?
Okay, colleagues.
Neuropunk nonsense. I worry that this could lead to even fewer reports for serious things, like sexual assault, though. So many have never even made it to trial. Yeah. The reasons, though, for sexual assault being not reported have less to, like, I don't think already there's laws in place for false reports already. So I don't think having false reports, I don't think this would make a difference to people with the sexual assault. People don't report sexual assault for a lot of different reasons. The fear of having to be re-traumatized is a major one. I should look into that, honestly. I'm just remembering a conversation I had with my lawyer at one point. I don't know how I'm not a lawyer. I don't know for sure, but that's definitely something to look into. Chief, if you look into it and I'm wrong, let me know, please. And then if it's not convicted, you could have a countersuit. They could claim it's a false report. Yeah, it's already so many barriers where you could add another. Again, the barriers for not reporting sexual assault are internal more than external. But there's external ones like, judges not being educated enough on how to not re-traumatize a survivor. It might be that there's only these types of laws for minor crimes. I don't know. I'm assuming I doubt I can bring a case forward since it was back in high school. Yeah, that's another thing, is looking into the statute of limitations on whatever happened to you, Chief. Elemental, one individual was charged with CP, and as they were denied help when they reported their sexual assault, threatened with making false reports so they could record it happening to them. And then were subsequently charged because of it. Not making light of false reports, though. They're genuinely awful, and I feel sorry for people facing such a thing. Yeah. Like, my brother-in-law did not deserve what he got. Different brother-in-law than my conservative brother-in-law. He did not deserve what he got. Of course, I wouldn't want his ex-wife put in jail either, because she was the mother of his kid, right? And that was a good kid. Just did not deserve to be screwed up by... He's screwed up even more. Even more.
Colleagues, order. The honourable member for Peterborough.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians elected us to build, protect, and empower. In the North, that means reliable partnerships first and results people can trust. We have listened at kitchen tables across the North, and Budget 2025 reflects their voices. Could the minister share how this budget delivers with Indigenous...
Sorry, but a member is asking a question, and there are multiple other exchanges happening across the floor. I don't know. I couldn't identify the voices, Speaker. But there were many voices. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I understand.
Don't you have a gavel? Order. You've got the big scepter thing. Just pick that up and bang it on the table till people shut up.
We're going to start from the top. The honourable member for Peterborough.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians elected us to build, protect, and empower. In the North, that means reliable partnerships and results people can trust. We have listened at kitchen tables across the North, and Budget 2025 reflects their voices. Could the minister share how this budget delivers with Indigenous partners so communities see results where they live, and how this approach makes the North a driver of Canada's prosperity and a pillar of our sovereignty?
The honourable minister for Northern and Arctic Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, Northerners asked for transformative change, and our new government answered with generational plans to build, protect, and empower. This means skills, homes, and hope for Northern youth. Our budget delivers year-round routes and ports across the Arctic Corridor and the Churchill Gateway to keep Canada strong and free. Through Major Projects Office, projects will move faster with Indigenous partnership. So this means building with the North for the North.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Mr. Speaker, yesterday...
Elemental, so if the threat of a false report is enough to stop an actual one, that's rough. But there's no supports for those who have genuine reports because it's assumed that they are false. Yeah. And false ones always seem to have a lot of support to find a target, go to full charge. Someone whose ex made a folder on their laptop, dumped images called Popo, and even admitted to it, but was charged because they owned the laptop in question. Oh, man. Oh, that sucks. That's just... Yeah. The justice system could use a little tweaking.
Yesterday, the Liberals tabled a budget with a deficit of nearly $80 billion. Did you hear that right? Nearly $80 billion. That's huge. And the impact will be catastrophic. It's just the same old, same old. And what's more, the Liberals had the chance to reduce the cost of food by scrapping the industrial carbon tax. But what did they do instead? They increased it. Nearly $80 billion taken out of Canadian pockets, and nothing to counter food inflation. Can this Prime Minister stop breaking his promises and finally control his inflationary spending? The Honourable Minister.
Whew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Get lots of in there. Lots on the counter there.
My mother knows the difference between an investment and an expense. My kids get the difference. And this budget is an investment in our Canadian youth, in our own resources, so that we can get through this crisis. Canadians elected us to do that, and we will do it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And she responded, I don't have any... Oh, you got to work? All good, Elle.
Thank you, Mr.
Thanks
Speaker.
so much.
A lot of Canadians don't even know
May.
that between the day a budget is tabled and when it's voted on, the government can make changes. I desperately hope and that the answer will be yes to this question. Is the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance prepared to be flexible, work in a spirit for the national interest, and be prepared to make changes in this budget before it comes to a vote?
Good question.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, of course we are always listening to Canadians. What I would stress to the honourable member is that this is a budget that invests historically in climate competitiveness in this country and getting Canada to net zero by 2050
more worried about the
and making sure that Canada
that
remains a leader in the worldwide fight against climate change. I would invite her to compare us to any country around the world, especially our neighbours to the south. Put this in perspective and understand, and as I know she will, that this is an historic effort on an historic issue, and it's an historic budget, Mr. Speaker.
That doesn't mean she should vote for it.
And that puts an end to question period. It being 3:17, the House will now proceed to the taking of a deferred recorded division on the motion of the
PM was there.
stage
Plain power.
of Bill C3.
Down here.
Call in the members.
He was there and answering questions at the beginning.
Rye moved that Bill C3, an act to amend the Citizenship Act, be now read a third time and to pass. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion.
Okay. So question period is over. We can keep watching and find some more stuff to watch along here. Where are we at? Okay, first we're at 3:17. Oh, look. Let's see what
on the merits of each case. Thank you.
I didn't see him or lost interest. It was right at the beginning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising to present a petition that is an e-petition that has garnered over 1,424 signatures from concerned Canadians. They're asking this House to look to our obligations under the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, consider the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the context of the rights and freedoms of the 2S LGBTQ1IA plus community, and consider that the targeting of this group is a form of genocide, and that the targeting and removal of federal rights and freedoms from the 2S LGBTQ1A plus group constitutes a practice that must be declared illegal and not allow it to take place within Canada. They're asking that the Canadian 2S LGBTQ1IA plus federal human rights be protected from the diminished or revoked by the use of the federal notwithstanding clause. As a community, we understand and accept the petitioner's concerns that there is a growing pushback on basic human rights towards this community, and this federal House is asked by these petitioners to stop this practice and protect Canadian rights. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Riding Mountain.
Privileged to present a petition to voice the concerns of the people of Riding Mountain. Madam Speaker, the people of Swan River are experiencing an alarming...
Okay. What else have we got? Oh, that guy. Oh. Ways and Means number 2, budgetary policy.
Able to table the necessary motion to have this matter reviewed by the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for calling attention to this issue, and it will obviously be taken under advisement. Orders of the day.
Consideration on a Ways and Means motion on the budgetary policy.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Let's see what he has to say. You don't want that ball?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Sometimes at Parliament, Canadians aren't expecting great talking points or good punchlines for TikTok or corporate mumbo-jumbo. Sometimes Canadians tune in and they're wondering whether their elected officials are listening to them, whether elected officials understand them, whether politicians are actually trying to solve the real problems they face in their day-to-day lives. Madam Speaker, Canadians are exhausted. They're tired. Not because they don't want to work, but because they are shouldering too great a burden. Whereas their government is not shouldering enough burden.
My apologies, guys. I wonder it's quieter. I totally did not notice the ads. I've been really good, though, today. And 10 seconds left. Just being... I don't know how many people are left that can hear me during the ads. And we should be back from the ads now. Plain Power. I showed you how to buy more of those Pokeballs just directly from the chat. And I did not realize we were in ads when I started playing what Mr. Poilievre has to say. So I figure we'll listen to that. And It's been 4 hours. It's been a bit. Maybe we'll watch something different. Maybe I'll wrap things up. We could go to... Okay, let's just refresh and make sure that that is accurate. Yes, we could do that. All right. So is everyone back? Can everyone hear me? I want to make sure those who is everyone back from ads before I start playing Poilievre. And I think we'll wrap it up after that because this has been going for a while. And I might like to, play some video games. I haven't done that all day. It's so weird. Okay. I'm not hearing anything, so let's go with it.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Here, here.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Sometimes at Parliament, Canadians aren't expecting great talking points or good punchlines for TikTok or corporate mumbo-jumbo. Sometimes Canadians tune in and they're wondering whether their elected officials are listening to them, whether elected officials understand them, whether politicians are actually trying to solve the real problems they face in their day-to-day lives. Madam Speaker, Canadians are exhausted. They're tired. Not because they don't want to work, but because they are shouldering too great a burden, whereas their government is not shouldering enough burden. Our government is bloated now, and it's paying for things out of the pockets of average Canadians. But Canadians are not average, they are extraordinary. They work hard day in and day out to pay for our country. We don't see their names in the papers, but they are the ones building and maintaining our country. It is to Canadians that we owe our presence right here in the House of Commons. For too long, though, the government has been taking Canadians for granted, has been taking their money to spend it on government obsessions without actually giving people anything back.
When people look to our leaders, not for applause lines, corporate buzzwords, social media clips, but for honesty, humility, seriousness, they look to this chamber and ask whether those entrusted with power truly understand the weight of the burdens on the shoulders of the people. Now is one of those times, because Canadians are tired. They are exhausted. Not because they don't want to work, but because they bear the burden of an extremely expensive government that takes too much and returns too little, that focuses on its own obsessions rather than on the needs of the people who pay the bills. Those Canadians who pay the bills, the ordinary Canadians, no, the extraordinary Canadians, who build the homes, who swing the hammers, who frame our buildings, who drive our trucks, who invest in our businesses, who mortgage their homes to start new enterprises. Those are the silent voices whose murmurs of pain and suffering have grown louder and louder without any heed from government. They needed hope yesterday. They needed relief. They needed evidence that someone in this government had heard them, believed them, respected their sacrifices, and was finally prepared to act in their interests instead of the government's interests. Instead, they were met with the most expensive failure in modern Canadian history. This Prime Minister, the figurehead that the Liberals had paraded in front of Canadians as a new guarantor of discipline, competence, stability, the man we were told would clean up the Liberal mess, has brought a bigger shovel and dug a deeper hole. Far, far deeper. For nearly a year, the Liberals and their supporters told us that this Prime Minister was different than the man he had advised for the preceding 5 years.
He hasn't been around for a year.
More responsible, that he would be the adult in the room. But even before the budget was presented, the promises were all broken. It was revealed that the mythology was false, because this budget confirmed the truth. Until this government, in this government, there is no discipline, no restraint, no plan. Only politics, posturing, and pain for the people who do the work, pay the taxes, and hold the country together. Les chiffres parlent pour eux-mêmes.
The numbers speak for themselves. The Prime Minister is going to add another $80 billion of debt to our national debt. That's double the debt that Justin Trudeau left behind him. It's the highest debt other than in COVID times, and it's $16 billion higher than the deficit the Prime Minister promised during the election. It's about $5,000 per Canadian family. These Canadian families will be paying these bills, as will future generations. And this is just the debt he's adding this year alone. Because, Madam Speaker, this budget will add $312 billion of debt over 5 years. That is a record. That is by far the most significant amount in the history of Canada. It's another $20,000 in debt per Canadian family.
Most expensive in Canadian history. With a $78.3 billion deficit, his is twice the size that Trudeau left behind, $16 billion bigger than he promised, the biggest by far outside of the COVID period. And over the 5 years that follow this budget, the Prime Minister expects to add $314 billion of new debt. That is a third of $1 trillion, or 20 grand for every family in Canada. Think about that. We were told that the adults were finally here, but instead, the bill payers of this country are being told to brace for yet another reckless round of spending. $10 million of new debt added every single hour. Every hour, Canadians trim groceries, delay children, move in with their parents, take on second jobs, while the government indebts them $10 million an hour. Not for homes, not for prosperity, not for any benefit of the people, but for the survival of the government itself. And where does this indulgence take us all? The national debt is now $1.35 trillion. To put that into perspective, that is by far the highest in Canadian history. A newborn child in this country is born with $30,000 of debt to his name, and a family of four, $120,000 of debt. That is a small mortgage for most people, and that is just the debt they owe through their federal government. Pour être clair, chaque
Let's be clear. Every Canadian family owes $120,000 to federal debt, federal alone.
Told that they have to put their dreams on hold to pay this crushing burden. And what do they get for it? More doctors, more nurses, more homes, more paychecks? No, none of the above, Madam Speaker. The money goes to interest on that debt. This government is now spending $55.6 billion. That's more than we transfer for health care to the provinces, more than the government collects in GST. So when you pay GST next time on a purchase, know that every penny is going to pay bankers and bondholders.
When you were working under Harper, you guys ballooned the debt.
Doctors. That is the human cost. Every year, Canadian families spend $3,300 on interest for the federal debt alone, money that will not fund a single MRI machine. It will be waste layered upon waste. And while Canadians tighten their belts to eat lower quality food and less of it, they hold off on their dreams.
If we cut
Liberals offer one thing in return.
If we balance the budget
disguised
now,
as virtue. They
people
promised
will
that the
suffer
debt to
in a
GDP
big
ratio
way. We
would
know
fall.
this historically.
It rises.
We've seen
This
it
Prime
happen
Minister promised
multiple times.
that confidence would return and investment would return. But then on his
less and
own
less
budget
patience
graph
with him.
shows that investment is actually
How long is this
collapsing
speech
in
gonna
real
be?
time every single quarter that he has been in office.
As if he'd
in
spend
this
money on
calendar
healthcare or any of
year.
that. Yeah, really.
We'll have seen a serious decline in investment. So much for spend less and invest more. Mr. Speaker, they promised stability. They delivered stagnation. They promised the next generation a fair shot. They've delivered them a sentence to slow growth and high costs. And that might sound like economists speak, but here is the real human cost of that. As Canadians walk into grocery stores, they see that since March, when the Prime Minister was elected on the promise that he would be judged by the prices at the grocery store, strawberries are up 25%, beef sirloin up 25%, beef stew up 20%, coffee 20%, chicken and drumsticks up 17%, salad dressing another 17%, pork ribs 15%, chicken thighs 14%, even basic mushrooms 13%. Canadians are not eating gourmet, Madam Speaker. In fact, many of them are not eating some days at all. A recent poll by a recent survey and study done by a food bank association demonstrated that over 10% of Canadians are now skipping meals for an entire day because they cannot afford to eat. Food bank usage tells the story. It has doubled since 2019 when this Prime Minister became the economic advisor to his predecessor. 1 in 5 Canadians who go to a food bank have a job, but their paycheck doesn't buy them food. And while the Liberals keep telling us that they're going to bring in a school food program, since they made that promise, children going to food banks have doubled to 700,000 a year. A month. 700,000 children a month are relying on food banks. And hanging over every farm, every factory, every trucker who moves goods, every person who has anything in a modern civilized life is the massive and growing industrial carbon tax. Yes, it is still there. It's true, the government has paused the visible carbon tax thanks to Conservative pressure. But they have maintained and in this budget decided to increase the industrial carbon tax, which punishes those who produce food and those who build homes. Let me quote directly from the food professor who warned, "It's not gone. The industrial carbon tax, the worst part, is still there. Only the consumer portion was reduced to zero. Processors and growers shoulder heavy costs. The industrial carbon tax remains. Pay attention. It continues to erode competitiveness in the agri-food sector. And most damning of all, the U.S. produces food more efficiently and more cheaply than we do. The cost gap is growing, not shrinking. When experts are practically begging the government to stop harming food production with high taxes on every aspect of the food chain, then this is a matter of ideology, not of human need. And let us be very clear what this tax actually is. It is a levy on the steel and the tractor that rolls across our fields. Every grain dryer that preserves and dries the harvest, every greenhouse heater that helps vegetables grow in the winter, every truck that ships food from farm to table, every bag of fertilizer, every pallet of lumber, every sack of cement, every pound of steel, every piece of rebar, every roofing truss, and every load of drywall becomes more expensive when you apply a carbon tax on the things the Canadians make. It might be a well-concealed tax, but it is an extremely expensive tax, one that the Prime Minister plans to more than double over the next several years and keep increasing even after that. It is no wonder, therefore, that the government is actually increasing food prices in Canada at faster rate than in the United States. Now, It's not just food, it's housing. The carbon tax applies, the industrial carbon tax applies on everything that housing makes. And to give a little bit of chump change back to a very small number of people who happen to meet the exact and highly limited definition, the government has provided a unworkable GST rebate, only going to first-time buyers who buy new homes. Here's the problem with that. The Venn diagram of new buyer and new home is next to nothing. New buyers typically buy resale homes. Those never had taxes on them in the first place. Typically, new homes are bought by second, third, fourth, and fifth-time home buyers because, of course, new homes are more expensive, and you have to have already been in the market. That's right. So the Prime Minister has successfully engineered a rebate that 95% of Canadians are ineligible to receive. It's basically worthless to almost all of the people of the country. Meanwhile, he made a promise that he would help the municipalities.
I wonder how long I've been muted. Pierre is making good points. Yes, except the problem is his policy was for any home buyer. So people who were buying their fourth and fifth concurrent homes would be the ones making it with the most cash on this. Millionaires plus would have been the ones. I hate the sound of farming too. That's what he's doing. Yeah. I mean, it's not that they aren't valid criticisms, because his job is to criticize the budget.
Municipalities cut their development taxes in half. That promise goes unkept. And so today, in this province of Ontario,
good question,
30% of the cost of a new home is taxes, taxes, and taxes. And the Prime Minister has not removed or eliminated those taxes despite the promise that he made in the election. And let me quote, therefore, Scott Anderson, Chief Executive Officer of the Ontario Home Builders Association, and I quote, "The government's inaction will put 40,000 jobs in Ontario at risk, from architects and engineers to trades and sub-trades across the residential construction sector. The estimated direct and indirect economic impact from these job losses on Ontario's economy is $5.3 billion. Meanwhile, our tradespeople are losing their jobs.
That's a really good
homes
question.
Are not getting built. Home building is collapsing after the Prime Minister promised that he would double it. Yesterday's budget makes the problem worse. We're failing to remove the taxes that were already there while piling on the new and more expensive industrial carbon tax. But what is most galling of all is the wordplay. Bonjour tout le monde.
Hello, everyone up there.
That they use to justify it all. They say, we're not spending, we're investing. This sounds like a new buzzword, but it's actually very old. The Prime Minister Justin Trudeau claimed that he was going to invest when he promised a small deficit of $10 billion that would be gone in 3 years. Remember that? He said the budget would balance itself. Now, I don't say that derisively because he actually had a well-thought-out chain of steps that he believed would happen. He said, if you borrow money and you spend it in the economy, it will cause economic growth and investment that will then go back into tax revenues and the budget will balance itself. That is, he didn't express it in those sorts of terms, but that's what he meant.
There we go.
And that's exactly
from the government
what the
website.
Prime Minister today is promising. He's claiming that deficits can be converted into investment. Well, there's 3 reasons why that never happens. First of all, and by the way, You don't have to take my word for it. The investment numbers themselves are clear. Since the government started adding new debt, investment in Canada has collapsed. We had the worst investment per capita of any country in the G7 and the worst drop in Canadian history as the Liberals doubled deficits. So there is a negative correlation between deficits and investment. Why? First, everything comes from something. Nothing comes from nothing.
Your business was aircraft maintenance? Go figure. A used alternator had a core charge, but overhauling was subject to GST. The core alternator, GST was also added to install the alternator. So lots of extra GST. But it's a goods and services tax. So if you're performing a service, your different services, those are going to be taxed individually, right? But user-occupied homes are exempt. So if you're a person who's selling your home, the person who's buying it will not be charged GST. It is a very complex tax. It's a regressive tax. Taxes the poor proportionally more than it does the rich.
Nothing. Governments get deficit financing only two ways. They print it or they borrow it. If they print it, they increase the money supply faster than the things money buys, and you get inflation. We've seen that. Yep. Or they borrow it out of the marketplace. That somebody has to lend it, meaning the money that is lent to the government cannot be put to other more productive uses. This is called the crowding out effect. That's what economists call it. It's when government borrows money out of the economy, depriving the private sector of the investment that it needs for more productive activities. And therefore, when government borrows out of the economy in order to spend back into the economy, there is no net increase in economic activity.
Not true.
It is simply redirected to another purpose, away from productive private sector investment towards unproductive government spending. And so you take money away from factories, pipelines, warehouses, tech research, and other income-generating assets to give it to bureaucracy that ultimately devours the money and never produces a return. Now, we saw this,
The realtor may charge GST for selling a used home. An MTG broker may add GST for their service, but the old home itself is not subject to GST. Good to know. And new homes do have GST. You're just heckling Polyev. Yeah, I'd like to heckle him too. I'm heckling him a bit. Please tell me this is not a long speech. If it's an hour-long speech, I'm going to fall asleep.
Most incredible example, of course, was in Israel, which was running massive deficits in the 1990s and paying out 6% interest on its government bonds. This starved the Israeli economy of investment. When the government finally stopped spending, balanced its budget, investment in the tech sector exploded because bondholders were forced to actually invest in productive R&D rather than passively handing their money over for a government-guaranteed return. And as a result of paying down debt, they unlocked more investment, and there was a venture capital boom that meant that right now Israel has more companies trading on the NASDAQ exchange than does all of Europe, a continent with 75 times more people. So if we want to unlock investment, one of the things we need to stop doing is borrowing that investment out of the economy. Instead, leave it in the hands of productive private sector investment that will grow and expand our economy.
It sounds good, but we've seen what happens. Government investing, borrowing to invest.
The second
has helped the
reason
country.
why deficits aren't investments, because the deficit of today is the taxes of tomorrow, and every person in business knows that. When people see these huge deficits, when they hear about it in the news,
Okay. So we're borrowing to invest in the company, to build up infrastructure. And once we have infrastructure, there will be theoretically more businesses, therefore, and more workers, more people earning money, and therefore more people to pay the taxes. We have more taxes coming in than we can pay off the debt. But you can't do it in a situation like we're in right now by balancing the budget. In a situation like we are in now, in difficult times, it's the government's job to invest in the economy to pull us out of it. Just saying.
They start to believe that in the future they will have to pay more in taxes, so they start saving, just in case. When the government increases spending, the consumer, the investor, and businesses invest less in the economy.
Why governments' deficits don't produce more investment and economic activity as well is because people are not stupid. They know that today's deficits are tomorrow's taxes. And so businesses and individuals tend to hoard their money in anticipation of future tax increases when they see that there are large-scale deficits in the present. This has been borne out by...
Actually, there's been research into this, and that when you actually increase taxes on companies, instead of investing, you would think that they would hoard money or they wouldn't invest more. They actually end up investing more to build the company so that their bottom line stays the same as before the taxes. So you end up with investment and growth, not stagnation. I think it's fair to negate GST on new homes for first-time buyers. If you're a first-time buyer and you have enough money to buy a new house, yeah, you should get that little rebate because we have few enough people who can afford homes. I'm living in my mother's house. This is not something that's going to happen. She's not young. It won't be forever. I need to find low-cost housing that I can afford on my disability income. Hey, May, you're back. So plain power. Copy what I'm putting down right now. Like this. Plain power, do this. Are you still on question period? No, we're doing this speech that Poilievre is giving. I'm assuming it feels like it's a response to the budget. And then we're done. Because it's been 4.5 hours. The ways and means. Yep. I'm learning. I'm still learning.
By research by the IMF, which found that high debt countries like Canada
but after this,
high deficits tend to have households holding back on investments of their own, and the same goes for business. The only reason why money-making projects do not happen in Canada is not because we aren't spending and borrowing enough money.
Okay.
It's because the government is standing in the way of those very same projects. What it needs to do is get out of the way. Get out of the way. Get out of the way and let mines be dug in 2 or 3 years approval time. Get out of the way.
So try buying less Pokeballs, plain power.
So that we no longer have to give all of our oil to the
Americans. 20 is the number of
Get out
balls.
Of the way. Grant rapid permits
try
for
like
LNG
5 or 10.
Plants. Massive plants that are $30 or $40 billion, totally funded by the private sector and massively profitable because the price for a million metric British thermal units in Canada is $3, where in Asia it's over $10. We can make enormous amounts of
plain power. The more you interact in chat, now that you've started playing the Pokemon community game in any chat that has it, that's how you earn currency, is just by being active, by catching Pokemon and chatting in chat. So yeah. Yay, Neuropunk Nonsense is playing too. I wonder if I can do... What did I do? What happened? Did you go back to the beginning? Oh my... No. We lost the place. I don't know what happened. I just have to go looking for Pierre Poilievre. Ways and Means. Here, okay. This is the debate.
Work hard, and I hope a member for Jonquière. This is in the United States ended. We managed to balance the budget and leave the country
more people
in
playing.
the best financial state of all G7 countries, and that's what we'll do next time. We will use an approach that balances budgets, cuts waste, and cuts taxes for those who work hard, and I hope that the Bloc Québécois will support that idea.
The Honourable Member for Saanich-Guildford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's so rare to have the opportunity that the leader of the official opposition gives a sufficiently long speech that the questions get around to me. So I want to thank him for that from the bottom of my heart. And I do want to say that I'll probably be voting the same way that he will on this budget, unless changes are made. But I wanted to ask a question because I know he's a reader and thinks about issues, and I'm fascinated by the fact that
just as a heads up, this is going to be very dry. PP speaks for about an hour, and then a couple of people speak, and it's done. They move on to a bill about fisheries. Well, it seems like Pierre Poilievre is done speaking. I'll listen to Liz May. We'll see how much longer, but I'll let Liz May talk. If we got an NDP guy, we'll listen to them, and then probably grade out. Because yeah, it's a lot. Normally this long I'm gaming, and it's less tiring. My poor brain.
This Prime Minister appears to be taking his main policy advice from a book called Abundance. I'm sure he's heard of it. Big bestseller by Ezra Klein, New York Times columnist. And his thesis, the entire book Abundance, comes to this, which sounds like a conservative speech in Canada, but for one thing, the whole book is about the United States. So the basic thesis of Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson's book is that you can't build anything in the United States. There's just too many regulations, too much red tape. Nothing gets built in the United States. The book isn't about Canada. And I'm fascinated by the fact that this particularly popular book, particularly with some folks like the Prime Minister, is leading us astray in terms of what it really takes to incentivize investment in Canada. I wonder if the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition has had a chance to have a look at why you can't build anything in the United States despite MAGA and all of Trump's efforts.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Damn! Oh, Liz May, yes. Love her. Yeah, take care of that brain. I'll let them speak for a bit longer, but yeah, we did question period. I did not realize. I'm still learning, guys. I had some fun conversations, though.
Well, first of all, I have to say that this is the first time anyone on that side of the House of Commons has congratulated me for speaking a really long time. So thank you for that. I didn't expect that. Secondly, I haven't read the book Abundance, but frankly, the member opposite says that you can't build anything in the United States. Well, the economy there is actually growing. The most recent quarter.
No, it's not. Oh, hell no, it's not. It's doing the opposite.
This budget, published by this government, showed that if productivity gains had been the same in Canada as they had been in the United States.
You're prepping for tomorrow, so you want to pass the info along? Nice. You're streaming tomorrow? Okay, good. I will watch you and not worry about doing 2 of these in a row. 3 of these in a row.
Even though we have the best workers in the world, because our economy is starved of investment. We have the lowest investment per capita in the G7. The worker in Canada gets $15,000 of investment. The American worker gets $28,000. You need to unlock the massive power of free enterprise if you want to change that to the benefit of the worker and the entrepreneur here in Canada.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. Yes, Madam Speaker, to show some contrast between the Conservatives and the Liberals, let me highlight the fact that the leader of the Conservative Party made reference to the National School Food Program. And he indicated, and we've had members of his own caucus that have said that it's an absolute garbage program, Madam Speaker. So disrespectful. since I've been a parliamentarian, I have heard, and this is over 3 decades now, the need to have all children being fed in schools because children cannot learn on an empty stomach. Yet the Conservative parties are saying no to that. My question to the member is, would he not agree with Joe Clark when Joe Clark said that he never left the party left him? We are so far to the right, and that's what we have seen with the Conservative Party today, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Yes, the Liberals are too far to the right.
Speaker,
thank you.
Since the Liberals brought in this program, the number of kids relying on food banks has actually doubled to 700,000. So obviously, and by the way, according to their own government data, 90% of kids do not get any meals at all from this program. It's not clear that what happens with the remaining 10%.
The 10%
And speaking of, remember used the term garbage. There was a Facebook page called the Dumpster Diving Network of Canadians who share tips on how they can literally jump into dumpsters and pull out a meal because they can't afford groceries after 10 years of this government. That is the garbage policy that we were referring to.
There's also people that
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So my question to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition is the concerns that I have about this budget.
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound. Can I ask the Honourable Chief Government Whip to let the Honourable Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound ask a question? The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question for the Honourable Leader of the Opposition is around the future and the youth. I have a 12-year-old daughter. I know the Honourable Leader of the Opposition has young children. And I am actually scared of the state of our nation in future years with this incredible large deficits and national debt that those Liberal government's putting onto our future generations. And I'd just like the Honourable Leader to comment on that, the impact that it's going to have not only on his children, my daughter, and youth around the country, but what else he's hearing for young people from across Canada with respect to the state of the country.
Leader of the Opposition.
A lot of really good food gets thrown out.
Question, and thank the member for his
there
service
are people who choose the life of dumpster diving
in a very distinguished way. He indeed is a proud
waste.
father, as am I, and we both worry about our kids and what future they will have in this country. A third of Canadian youth believe they might have to leave this country because they cannot afford to live here. This is an astonishing statistic. After housing costs have doubled, we now have by far the most expensive housing in the G7, which is insane because we have the most land to build on. My message to Canadian youth is you don't have to live this way. It doesn't have to be like this. We can do better. We can bring you a life of opportunity and freedom. Look forward to that opportunity.
Député de Repentigny.
The member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm a bit surprised by the official leader of the opposition's react to the budget and the tax cuts that should satisfy him. But we're also talking about an increase and an extension of money for oil companies. We're talking about abolishing the emissions cap in the oil and gas sector. We're talking about changing the regulation for clean energy, probably to weaken it, and all the same goes for fossil fuels.
A lot of land is
We're not even talking about the Paris Agreement or even the short-term goals. So the fight against climate change has been set aside. And one of his members decided that the budget was so good that he would cross the floor to join the government. So how is it that the leader of the opposition doesn't also want to cross the floor? I have to give the leader time to answer very quickly. Well, we will after the elections, Madam Speaker. Everyone on this side will be on the other side after that. We are responsible with money.
The government needs to find two more people to vote for this bill.
$80 billion deficit that will increase the cost of living and inflation at the expense of Canadians, including Quebecers, is unacceptable. And that is why we cannot support this expensive budget. Resuming debate.
No, okay. Désolé, je dois rappeler à l'ordre.
I'm sorry. So according to...
It's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House of the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment.
Member for Riding Mountain, Mental Health and Addictions. The Honourable Member for Nunavut, Indigenous Affairs. Reprise du débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
A lot of members still in the House, yeah.
Merci, Madame.
It's a big debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, it's 4:39. I'd like to remind everyone of something I said yesterday, a term I used that surprised a few people. And it's about the meaning of words, and the budget, in my view, is...
Parce qu'il fait des prétentions qui ne s'appuient ni sur les faits, ni...
It's a pile of crap. Because it's not based on anything that was in the budget speech. It's inconsistent. There are things left out. There are additions on one page and subtractions from another page.
I'm gonna miss it if I I want to hear what he said in French so badly.
Used that surprised a few people. And it's about the meaning of words, and the budget, in my view, is...
Parce qu'il fait des prétentions qui ne s'appuient ni sur les faits, ni...
It's a pile of crap. Because it's not based on...
It has pretensions to... Oh, God, now I want to hear what he says in French, but if I hit French, am I gonna... Where are we at? 243.06.
Budget qui soit cohérente avec des blancs, des absences d'explication, ni sur les faits, ni sur les... Et le budget est, à mon avis, une fumisterie. Une fumisterie parce qu'il fait des prétentions qui ne s'appuient ni sur les faits, ni sur les règles comptables, ni sur une présentation à même le discours du budget qui soit cohérente avec des blancs, des absences d'explication, avec des additions à une page qui viennent avec une soustraction à l'autre page, ramenant le chiffre initial à 0. Bref, un capharnaüm digne de la maison des fous où même Astérix a failli se perdre. J'ai envie aussi de souligner...
A fumisterie. Is that pile of crap? Please tell me he said fumisterie means pile of crap. I mean, it sounds like it would. Chose qui ne peut être prise au sérieux. So something you can't take seriously. He did not say pile of crap. But man, what he says in French is... I gotta hear it again.
Quelques personnes, mais il faut voir c'est quoi le sens des mots. Et le budget est, à mon avis, une fumisterie. Une fumisterie parce qu'il fait des prétentions qui ne s'appuient ni sur les faits, ni sur les règles comptables, ni sur une présentation à même le discours du budget qui soit cohérent avec des blancs, des absences d'explication, avec des additions à une page qui viennent avec une soustraction à l'autre page, ramenant le chiffre initial à 0. Bref, un capharnaüm digne de la maison des fous ou même Astérix.
Catarnaum. Catarnaum is a place full of, where you got like a ton of, it's a mess. It's a place where you have a mess of objects. À Capernaum.
À une page qui vienne avec une soustraction à l'autre page, ramenant le chiffre initial à 0. Bref, un Capharnaüm digne de la maison des fous où même Astérix a failli se perdre. J'ai envie aussi de souligner ramenant le chiffre initial à 0. Bref, un Capharnaüm digne de la maison des fous où même Astérix.
Capernaum, zing. Capharnaum. Zing the...
Astérix a failli se perdre.
Okay, we'll go back to original language.
Qui a étonné quelques personnes. Mais il faut voir c'est quoi le sens des mots et le budget.
Quebec slang direct translation would maybe sound like ta mère. It's a word nobody I know would ever use. I've never heard either. Fumisterie. It's like something that's, you know, it's a pile of something that has fumé. It sounds like a pile of crap to me. So Quebec slang direct translation will maybe sound like ta merde. I'm losing earphones. But I usually hear people use that when referring to a very bad person. When we're trying to refer to something untrue, that kind of words I hear, c'est de la merde. Yes. Man, Blanchet is so good. So good. That's why I had to look at it. I'm like, he's using words that he's being very, because you have parliamentary language in English and French, right? So he's grabbing words that aren't censored.
Et, à mon avis, une fumisterie. Une fumisterie parce qu'il fait des prétentions qui ne s'appuient ni sur les faits, ni sur les règles comptables, ni sur une présentation à même le discours du budget qui soit cohérente avec des blancs, des absences, des prétentions qui ne...
Where's the English translation?
A few people.
There we go.
And it's about the meaning of words, and the budget, in my view,
here's the pause in her translation.
Il fait des prétentions qui ne s'appuient ni sur les faits, ni...
It's a pile of crap because it's not based on anything that was in the budget speech. It's inconsistent. There are things left out. There are additions on one page and subtractions from another page, bringing a number back to... In other words, it's just basically like a madhouse where Astérix almost got lost. And it also shows extreme...
I was like, is it Astérix, the Asterix, or Astérix and Obélix? And yeah, so Capharnaüm is a place of mess. That's a house of mad. It's a chaotic madhouse that even Astérix would get lost in. Maybe about a place with a fumier animal crap. Yeah, but I don't actually. Not actually. No, I believe most people have at least an idea. This word is about something untrue, but then again, yeah, it's true. Fumisterie. Oh man. Not just a pile of crap, like a place where there's tons of piles of crap. The language is.
Extreme arrogance, not just in the way the budget exercise was conducted or the way a certain number of people in this parliament are behaving. Unfortunately, over the course of history, we've had 10 years of Liberal reign that seems to lead the Liberals to believe that power belongs to them, and they think they've even convinced some stray sheep to join their flock, regardless of who elected those stragglers. So what was it in the election campaign in early 2025? What was the mandate the Liberals were given?
But we need a good
now,
Quebecois
obviously, tariffs were not in effect yet. The Prime Minister implied that he would get rid of the tariffs quickly because when there's intimidation, bullying among allies and friends, which the U.S. and Canada are supposed to be, and including Quebec, whether we like it or not, that kind of bullying is out of place. But what we did see from the Liberals was a lot of hesitating, not always very elegant. And as a result, the situation with the U.S. has not improved. And the tariffs that were supposed to magically disappear when the Prime Minister waved his magic wand, well, that didn't happen.
Sorry, guys.
And we've had tariffs on steel, aluminum, forestry, trucking, and so on. The other issue in the election was trade. There was supposed to be an early resumption of trade talks around CUSMA because it was to come to an end in 2026. But unfortunately, those talks have not been successful. The third...
Okay, French slang, fumisterie means a sham, fraud, joke. It's a load of smoke and mirrors. So, like, I was right with the fumée. It's fumisterie, chimney sweeping. So the stuff you get out of the chimney, it's smoke and mirrors. So it's a joke, it's a sham. Yeah, that's I just found the slang definition just gave me the connection. Ayla or Ayla. But yeah, so it's because it's the chimney sweepings, it's smoke and mirrors. That's what they connect it to. It's joke, it's smoke and mirrors. It's just that's why there was a browser bit that went in front of you as I wanted to look it up off screen. Yeah.
Third election plank was governance. And now we're being served up an accounting exercise that is literally shameful. Luckily, people saw through it, and the media, the pundits have seen that you cannot invent, as part of the federal budget, an investment column that you can treat like they're assets when really they're merely spending. The Prime Minister must know this. Anyone with any basic notions of accounting and public finance can't miss this. It's obviously on the face of it, it's trickery. And then obviously there are no trade talks going on currently, regardless of what the ministers would have us believe. And then there's an austerity budget. And imagine this. There's an austerity budget and at the same time an explosion in spending. And that explosion in spending, a good part of it, will be to deal with the trade war and the tariff crisis, which ultimately will be negligible and is disproportionate when you're looking down the barrel of a $90 billion deficit. Now, of course, we've gotten used to deficits because the Liberals have been doing this for 10 years, and we're also used to the idea that they get bigger than forecast. The Prime Minister and the government are acting like gamblers. Not only have they already thrown too much good money after bad, and there's been a series of failures, they're doubling down. They want to play double or nothing. They're going to invest even more public money, spend even more public money. It looks like a good old Liberal deficit, and they're going to cross their fingers hoping that this will help us get through this, if not economically, but at least politically. So time will tell. So what is there in this budget for the Quebec nation, which the Liberals ignore?
our day-to-day language is so different from what these politicians use. Yes, absolutely. It's a different capital L language. And I believe many people feel disconnected in part and due to that. It feels worse that it might be with English, but I'm not English native. Most of the English I hear is from streamers. It used to be online gaming before that. Well, it's a good way to learn language. Doing it while you do something you enjoy. But yeah, his language is definitely a higher French than I would speak. And English is not so bad. French tends to have very hierarchical language built in, which is, as a French speaker, you might not notice it as much, but like, it takes me 5 times as long to write an email in French as it does in English, because not only do I have to make sure I'm writing in the right way, with the right respectful tone of language, I then have to sign out in a very specific way, depending on who I am and who the person I am writing to, and it breaks my head. If I hadn't done French first language in school when I was doing the French first language exit exams in high school, and done the higher level French in Cégep, and then, relearned my French in a Francophone family, like, there's a lot more I would not be picking up on these types of context cues. But yeah, no, like, everything he said so far, I agree with. Now he's just going on to what's in it for Quebec. But I don't blame the Bloc. They're a Quebec only party, and that's kind of been their thing, is to push back against prejudice from the rest of Canada, honestly. And an ad break. Well, we're in the ads.
So here's the thing. I work with people who are social democrats. I work with people who are democratic socialists. I work with people who are, card-carrying Marxist Leninists. I don't mind it. As long as you want to uplift the working class, I'm there with you. I'm by your side. I'll fight right next to you.
I actually feel like
there are plenty of liberals who attend these protests against, ICE kidnapping people.
It's weird.
And I'm right by their side. I think it's great. I don't necessarily care about how people build their movement. There is obviously a deep well of tradition and a lot of success, maybe not in the United States of America, but a lot of success internationally with this identity, with this movement. And it actually means more than just regulating capitalism as well. But I think the reason why I don't have an issue with the term is the same reason why, although I'm not like a practicing Muslim at all, I say, look, I'm Muslim, and it contains multitudes. Like, being a Muslim who is like, the reason why I present myself as such is because I want Westerners and people that don't actually encounter Muslim people to understand, like, it's not this monolithic understanding, the scary, barbaric Muslims that want to implement Sharia law or whatever people think. And that there are plenty of people like myself who are, just like Zoran, very woke, right? Like, it's not, it's important to disparage the stereotypes of that sort. And I think it's good to also get people on their own journey of learning about what it is, like what the problems of capitalism are, and what socialism is as well, because not everyone is taking sociology courses, but if anyone has taken a sociology course in college, Karl Marx is a pretty important part of the entire field. And it's because his analysis over capitalism and all of the inherent contradictions within capitalism are very important to identify what the issues are. There's a reason why even like you said, sometimes I guess come across as prophetic almost, but that's only because, like, I'm looking at and examining closely the contradictions, and I'm applying what I know within the framework of historical materialism, dialectical materialism, that is another part of the socialist understanding of the world. And I'm trying to make that as palatable as possible. I'm trying to make that as understandable as possible without using this terminology that I'm using here. But the backbone is the backbone is that education, for me at least. Like, that is what grounds my worldview, and I think it's good for people to also explore that side of the world, especially because they've been heavily propagandized against it. So it's good to just break through. That's why I think Bernie Sanders was so important in 2016, even though he ended up losing. The fact that he got so close,
and you guys should be back from the ads.
And represented this alternative and was open about calling himself a socialist was important for a lot of people, because they went, wait a minute, maybe I'm a socialist. I mean, that's what Zoran said, right? Zoran literally said, hey, Bernie Sanders gave me the tools to communicate my desires. Like, he made me realize that maybe I'm a socialist too. So this is the reason why I think it's good to continue pushing that on, even in red states as well. Many of these states have a long
Okay. Just needed a palate cleanser. Okay. We're past the 5-hour mark. Do we continue on with this debate? We let Yves-François Blanchet finish. Had I known the question period was different than the debate. French is your first language, and you still use it slightly more than English on a daily basis, yet there's a bunch of things like objects that I'm unsure which gender they're supposed to be, like avion. Un avion. L'avion. Well, that doesn't help. No. Un avion. I'm pretty sure it's male. But I see. And some that I know are the opposite of what we use on a daily basis, like trampoline. Trampoline. Yeah, sorry, friend. I had no idea it was this long. So yeah, is that all right with people if we wrap it up shortly? Because I'd like to go eat supper and get to bed early, because I have to be up early again 3 days in a row. Oh boy. I was shaky enough as it was earlier. At least doing this, I'm sitting up with my legs up. Performed well at school, tons of equivalent to your versus your. I know them all, and it bugs my brain seeing such mistakes. Oh, it bugs my brain too. But when it's the gender of an idiom, there's no logic to it. No, the genders are just you just have to memorize them. You do you. Thanks for hosting. It was lovely. It will be back. Thank you, Plain Power. Okay, so we will finish this. Stick around, guys, for the raid. I will be raiding out to someone who came in and was generous with their time earlier. We'll be doing snippets from this tomorrow, so for whatever you missed, you did awesome, Faye. Thank you so much, May. I appreciate it. I do. This has been awesome. We are way behind on the recording. So yeah, I think we'll finish Yves-François Blanchet, and anything after that is all yours. It's all yours. So let's just let him finish speaking. Here, I'll stick the raid message in there so you guys can copy it. I'm going to copy it too before I forget, because I can't use it once I'm in someone else's room. And we'll finish this, and then I'll start the raid.
They ignore, and they ignore us in the sense that they don't understand us. They're not interested. They're not paying attention. They don't ignore in the sense that they disregard Quebec when they make decisions.
Wow.
We've seen this in recent months.
Thank you so much, Plain Power.
The whole approach to dealing with the U.S. crisis has been based on Ontario, Alberta, and BC. So bankers and the industries in those regions. And Quebecers do not identify with those industries either. That's not our reality. We have a crisis in healthcare. We asked for the
I
federal
need to eat dinner soon.
share to go up from 6% to 25%.
Yves François Blanchet.
And so there's inevitable increases in costs
So hang
associated
around
with the
just
healthcare
long enough
system.
for the raid,
and
please.
we wanted to see that the federal share increase proportionately
God.
to the amount of federal finance. But what
Really
we've
like my
seen
soft-spoken
over
approach
the
and
years
engagement
is
chat.
that
Thank you, Play
taxpayers
Power.
from
I
Quebec
appreciate the positive feedback.
have to spend more and more. They
Lets
have
me
to
know what I'm doing right.
dedicate more of Quebec's budget to healthcare or pay more tax. And that's a boon to the federal government because they just keep more of Quebecers' tax money in order to hand it over to the oil patch. We've been talking about this for years. It's a question of
he doesn't want
morality,
Quebec
of
money going to the oil patch.
of taking care of our own. It's a question of justice. People who've worked their whole lives and they don't necessarily have a high income, and unfortunately who are age 65 to 75, they get 10% less in OAS than seniors over 75. So those under 75 and those over 75 all agree that this is unacceptable age-based discrimination. What's worse, the purchasing power of those seniors is being allowed to shrink. And that's not being paid heed to, especially in a context where we could be slipping into recession. And we're talking about people who, if we could boost their purchasing power, that would be a way of dealing with the crisis. Now let's talk property. There's this thingamajig called Build Canada Homes. You can move the words around if you want. And so CMHC programs are being sent to that
and I appreciate
Build Canada
Power.
Homes.
It does really
but it
make
just becomes less and less clear. We don't know who's doing what.
You know what?
So
I'm going to let May have fun with Yves François Blanchet, what he says. At least the translation of what he says. I dealt with the hilarious bit. I think, yeah. Does anyone need to hear the end of what he's saying? I think he's got his own nice little speech. And, yeah. I'm hungry. And so my brain is expecting to get to sleep before midnight now. I think I'm not going to wait till... Yeah, mood. My mood is like, yeah, let's get going. Anyone else disagree? Go eat and thanks. Yes. All right. Thank you so much, guys. I'll post that raid message one more time in case anyone missed it. It was created by my friend Ananki, who started streaming right about the same time as I did. And let's check. I want to double check, make sure that the person I want to raid to is still there. Yep. You had a self-care day. You're ready to pick things up tomorrow. Awesome. I will be there to watch as of about 2:30 Eastern. If you stream before then, I will miss that, but I'll be ready after my therapy to see where you pick up from here. And yeah, thank you so much, guys. This has been a lot of fun. I'm bowled over by you guys' response, and the awesome conversations we've been having. This is just what I love. Good company, good conversation. Okay, some content was maybe some of it was hilarious. You'll hope to make it what time? I'm in the office tomorrow. Yeah, I'm busy till 2:33. So I'll be around and online thereafter. I don't know if I'll be streaming. If I'm not streaming, I'm definitely watching May. And yeah, join me in joining May tomorrow and share the love. We'll start around Ninetown Mountain. The news is 10 Mountain, so that's 2-3 hours difference. Anyway, we'll see how things go tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it. Have a great one, everyone. Go bon appetit if you're eating. Thank you so much again, and I see you guys maybe Friday. Just depends. See if there's any good content on Friday. Anyway, bye.